Hello. Hi. I have new glasses, but I'm still the same guy. It's me, Robot Spacer, your host of Robot Spacer's Adventure Corner. Welcome. Silverstreak, Hinton, Unseeker Crush, great to see you all. Hope you're doing well. So, World Builder. We're here at World Builder again. Valis, hello. Great to see you. Thank you for the robot. Also, Hinton said computers. Computers. It's that guy you are. Yep, that's me. Mike Piontek. I'm that guy. We're going to draw a house. So last time on World Builder, we made more work for me to do. So today we're going to do some of that work. We added a couple new scenes. We added first a scene where we're going to have sort of a closed down storefront, an abandoned storefront with a vending machine out front. That will be a little bit of a puzzle. I still haven't figured out a way to make it more of a puzzle. Oh my gosh. Hinton, thank you so much for 11 months of subscribing. Congrats on the dramatic new look. Yes, I did. I forgot to acknowledge these are almost exactly the same glasses, except they're brown instead of black. Also, the great thing about them is since my little pixel avatar, I actually drew the glasses in brown. It's actually more accurate now, so I don't have to update it, which is great. But thank you, Hinton. I appreciate your support very much. Silver says, I was actually going to do a game dev stream today, then got distracted for hours recording some VO audition stuff and other things. Then I realized it was time for other people's streams. I'm sorry to hear that, or that's great. Whichever outcome you're happiest with. Yes. I would be interested in seeing you do some game dev sometime. You've done that before, right? I feel like I can't remember if I've just seen you share things you've made on Discord or if I've actually seen you do a game dev stream. But yeah, so we added a couple of currently blank rooms, a storefront that will have a vending machine, and then for a while I've been wanting to do a further out view of the totally normal house, just to give you a better look at it, and then you'll be able to walk up to the door to get the scene that we're already familiar with. So that's, I think, what we're going to work on today, just because I want to. We do have a little bit of a conundrum to deal with there, but we'll get to that in a bit. I would have loved to stream, but I've been putting off the VO audition stuff for weeks, so this is still accomplishing stuff. Good. As long as you're getting things done, that's what matters. And I hope your auditioning goes well. A few times. I really want to dive back in and fix up my point-and-click adventure game template. Yeah, that was a neat little template. Also, Codex released a bunch of quality of life stuff that I want to check out. Nice. So yeah, where to start with? Let's open up the game first, I think. Oh no, my light just fell down. Let me make sure it's not going to fall down further. Ow. And then I kicked a thing. Okay. That's a little more in my face now. Let's turn that down. No, it's still too in my face. I gotta move it back up. Sorry. Okay. Efton, hello, and thank you. Thank you. Actually, I adjusted it on Secret Crush, so it's entirely my fault. But thank you for offering to take the blame. Okay. Game. Feel good? Yeah. The prescription is definitely an improvement. I haven't gotten new glasses since... I want to say... I looked it up. I want to say 2016. It's been a bit. And my prescription had not changed too much, but just enough that it feels like a big improvement. And they fit good. There's a tiny bit of adjustment. I put them on when I first got them, and I was like, oh, this feels weird. But I didn't have my new sunglasses yet, and I didn't want to go back and forth between two prescriptions. So I waited to wear them regularly until just today. And when I put them on today, I was like, oh, these are fine, actually. I do think my sunglasses need a little bit of adjusting. They don't quite fit as perfectly as they could. Silver says, I'll throw a link in the Discord. I have the Logitech Square Light, and Kia has a similar thing from Nexigo, which actually has a battery for wireless remote, and I really prefer them over ring lights and other types of lights now. I'm very happy with the light, but feel free to throw that in there regardless for other people that might be looking for one. Something else must surely be Unsecret Crush's fault. Maybe? Probably not. Yeah, ours is Elgato Key Light Air. It's a smaller one than their big one. I think it's the Air. I don't know. They have too many. I get confused sometimes. But it's a little square guy about that big. We tried a ring light, but it was so big, and was that the main reason we got rid of it? Can't remember. I think ideal would be 2 key lights on either side, but we have like a lamp here that's good enough at filling in this side, so it's all good. All right, let's start transfer point. Oh, I clicked. It's fine. Okay, so here we are at the bus stop. And then previously we could go west from here to get to the front of the Totally Normal house. But now we need to go south in order to get there, which will take us to the storefront. And then from there we can go west to the view we're going to draw today, which is further out from the Totally Normal house. And from here we can go up the walkway to get to this view. And this brings up the little conundrum I have. Let's switch over here. I for once, I actually dug up some reference beforehand, because every time I try to do it on stream lately, I just spend a lot of time struggling to find exactly what I want. And although I enjoy digging through images on stream, it tends to drag on too long, and I can never find exactly what I'm looking for. So I thought I'd do this beforehand. I really like this little house. I got a couple of other ones. Let's see. That one's not bad, but I don't think I like it quite as much. Let's see, what was this one? Yeah, it's another one that's just kind of all right. Let's see. Yeah, and that one's also just kind of okay. And let's see, I had another page that I think this is just a bunch of different houses that included the one I liked the most. Oh yeah, this one is pretty good. There's a bunch of fun houses here. That's a lot. I appreciate what it's doing, but I don't think I enjoy it. San Francisco. That's fun. There's the one I like the most. We're just going to go through all these because why not? Actually, how long is this web page? Okay, that's the end. So yeah, I definitely like this one the best. So the main conundrum here is that I have these thick pillars in the close-up that don't really match this. We don't necessarily have to keep everything identical to this, but I feel like thick pillars on this house would look wrong. So I may be inclined to change the close-up to fit a little better with this, but I haven't fully decided yet. Just catching up on streamer light chat here. Hinton says, I think streamers should use lights that they wear around their neck. That's a very interesting idea. Lights that hang from your earrings would be cool too. Oh yeah, that would be interesting. But yeah, we do keep the brightness pretty low. I like it around, I don't know, I've got it at 12% right now. Like here's 100%. It's so blinding. But you know, we keep it up high so it's not directly in the line of sight. And I feel like it works out well. Victorian's got a lot of different little fiddly bits. Yeah, for sure. Can you make it look like the... Excuse me? The Milella Howe Waffle House and Medical Museum. Is that a real thing? I'm going to Google it. Howe Waffle House and Carriage House? Is this the same thing? That's a really nice house. Queen Anne style home in Santa Ana, California. It was the home of Dr. Willella Howe Waffle, one of the first female physicians in Orange County, California, until her death in 1924. Nice. Unsecret Crush says, I'm delighted, disappointed to learn that Howe Waffle was the owner's name and not that it was a Waffle House and Medical Museum combo. Yeah, that was my initial assumption. My mistake. I experienced the same disappointment in person, but went on the tour anyways. I think that's great. I'd live in that probably haunted house. You think it's haunted? It looks normal to me. It looks totally normal. I'm sure it's fine. Ooh, this is... Enhance, please. What's... I was really hoping we get a little more resolution and detail on that. What is going on there? Whatever it is, I love it. Some flyers in the window. Look at it. That house has seen some stuff. Yeah, I guess you're right. The Winchester Mystery House. You know, I'm blanking on... I know I've seen it before. I've heard about it so much. Let's look at it together. No... Pictures, please. Okay, yes, that's great. But just normal pictures. Our story? Oh, gosh. Sorry about all that. God, that's enormous. Wow. What a thing, huh? Incredible. But yeah, I did specifically want to find a small house. Just because, I don't know, I think it just looks cuter. I think ultimately that's it. Like, we also have a small interior, but you know, that doesn't necessarily matter. But yeah, I love this. I am a little curious how well this will come out. You know, I'm going to try to simplify it a little bit. I want to do it mostly in vector, I think. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start out drawing it in vector, and I'll see how much of it I can accomplish that way. And then from there, I'll either decide if I'm going to just draw certain parts as pixel art, or maybe I'll be like, screw this, let's do the whole thing as pixel art. We'll see. Doesn't have a covered porch, though. Ooh, that is a problem. Winchester Mystery House is way more than what you're going for, I think. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to look at it. I wasn't considering it ever. It's haunted by elderly docent volunteers. Is that how you say that word? Docent? For one thing, it's enormous, yes. The Ghoul Boys, Ryan and Shane, have been to Winchester many times. Yes, yes, yes. Are those poisonous glasses? I hope not. Ideally, I would like to be able to survive while wearing them. But hello, 6-7. Is that the house that Edith Finch was from? I do not know. Yeah, so Unsecret Crush said I could see a little path off to the side leading the greenhouse. Yeah, my thought is, like, in this reference photo, you can kind of see a path, I think, going off to either side here. My thought is that we'll make the left path more obvious. And I'll probably simplify these bushes and stuff out front as well. And then we'll make it clear there's not a path off to the right. But then, yeah, going west from here will take you to the... to this scene. And then we'll probably want to update the house just a tiny bit here. This, you know, I kind of made this look like siding, which obviously isn't going to be quite appropriate. But we can update that a little bit to make it fit better. Maybe add just a tiny bit of detail to make it fit the style. Really, there's not a lot going on in that corner of the house here. So maybe we just put like a window on the side or something. And then a little bit of this kind of detail down here. Look up Department 56, Uncle Fester's house. It's surprisingly nice and maybe the size you're looking for. Is this... Oh, I see. I need to include the whole thing in here. That can't be it. Here we go. So Department 56 is some kind of decoration. Oh, okay. That's cute. What is all this? Please stop. Why is it inverted when I highlight? Oh, is this... I got this thing that tries to give web pages a dark mode, and I think it's actually making things messed up. Okay. I don't know why it won't just give me a big view. Stop that. Okay. Yeah, I like my little white house. That is nice, though. And it does have columns that fit. Let's try to draw this guy. Okay, one thing I want to do real quick is, what's the best scene that I've drawn so far with the most detail? What was the last one I worked on? I feel like I'm... Oh, it's going to take me a while to get used to the navigation here. East, north. I just want to try to think about the level of detail I'm going for. So this is helpful to look at. Yeah, so I feel like I definitely want to simplify, like, kind of as much as I possibly can. Otherwise, it's going to stand out too much. World Builder time. Yeah, that might have been why the Winchester House page was so screwed up too. It's a nice extension. Like, I use it on here because if I am looking at web pages and open something that is not doesn't have a dark mode and it's like all bright white, it like, you know, it casts a lot of light on my face and washes me out, and it's also, you know, slightly unpleasant to look at. So most of the time it works great, but if I'm showing stuff on stream, you know, I don't want things to look weird, and that's kind of the first time I've run across something being inverted like that. Okay. So let's also think about the door a little bit here. Oh, this isn't going to be the same. But we can see most of this scene. The door itself will be missing. So I would like to change this as little as possible. Ideally, just to minimize the work I have to do. So hopefully I can get away with, like, maybe just changing these pillars. Like, let's go back here for a sec. Like, these pillars are a little further out and smaller. So I feel like I can just move them a little closer. And then maybe just kind of push them out. And I might want to add a little bit of a hint of the, you know, the curved top of this. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, do I actually, maybe I want to get rid of that curved top to simplify it? But I feel like that feels like an important detail. Like, might even be structural a little bit. But I feel like it'll look weird if I just have those skinny columns going straight up. Okay. I'll probably just try to simplify the detail on them somewhat. And then, like, I think this porch is probably, like, I don't think that's too different from what we have in the close-up, the size of it, I mean. And we do have a wall. That is close to the left side. Do I want to deal with that? I could potentially move the door and the steps a section over, but I feel like that's going to look off balance, because right now it's in the center of this house, and I feel like that's important to the way this house is designed. I feel like it's going to look super weird if I mess with that. So we'll just leave that as is, and then do our best to deal with the consequences of it. Houses from different distances should look weird. Get weird, everyone. That's a fair argument that I will consider. Fewer columns? Maybe. So I could have, like, bigger arches. And then the door would still be in the center of the first arch, but it's further to the right by a little bit. That could work. Remember, the door needs that window you have on the view from the inside. Yeah. Okay. I think we can make that work. I'm worried that these new glasses are making you overthink your art more. Oh no, you think so? Yeah, I want to try to not redo too much of what we have, but, you know, if it comes down to it, I'll live with the choices I've made. Okay. Where to begin? I think I'll begin with some rough shapes to get us the overall size of this thing. That seems sensible. Oops. Help if you can see what I'm doing. Also, now I can't see the reference. Let's fix that. It says, I knew it was dangerous for you to gain the ability to see well. I mean, I could see well before. Just, I see a little bit better right now. Maybe that is dangerous somehow. Okay. I've definitely, at points in my life, I have seen better than I can see right now. So I feel like it can't be too dangerous, right? But who knows? Okay. This is so... Like, it's always kind of nerve-wracking to have a blank page and you have to just start drawing. It's especially difficult in World Builder with these weird, clunky drawing tools. And just the difficulty of adjusting things as you go. But I'll do my best. I'm trying to... let's see. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Sorry, I'm trying to switch to my browser so I can point at things. This section here, like how do I draw these shapes? I guess I'm drawing this shape, and then I'll draw like a trapezoid shape here, and then this shape here. Okay. I think that'll work. And then later I can come back and fill in the little details in this. Okay. Let's see. Rectangle is W, polygon is G. Those are the main ones I need. I'm going to have to draw a lot of shapes here, so I want to try to remember those. Hunseeker Crush is having a hard time choosing glasses. Have you asked other people for opinions? I found that helpful with my decision. I almost chose black frames that were like much thicker than what I'm used to, but then I tried them on at the store with a mask on, and I didn't want to take my mask off just for glasses trying on. So it's kind of hard to tell, like, you know, how these look with my entire face, right? But then I did the virtual try-on thing, and I was like, oh, geez, these are actually, like, I think too tall for my face. Just the shape of them wasn't quite right. And then with these, it was hard to tell if I liked the... Like, I knew I would like brown frames, but I thought maybe they were too light of a color. And just the lighting in any glasses store is, like, so weird. So it was really hard to tell what I actually thought of them. But I think I made the right choice. Hello, Puzzle. Good to see you. But I got different opinions from different groups of people. That's tough. I'm trying to figure out if these angles are the same. I think they're very, very close, if not perfect. So let's do another Command G polygon. And now we're doing this little bit here. Nice. And then Command W, rectangle. Great. I'm learning. Ooh, how do I want to do this? Like I'm trying to figure out, there's a railing. So I think I draw the whole... Maybe I just draw the whole thing first. Especially for now. I don't want to get too bogged down in the details yet. Is this a good overall size? Oh, it's interesting that the porch kind of extends far, like, you know, I was saying the door is very centered in the house as a whole, but then the porch comes way out on the side here, and I guess it goes around the side of the building as well. So right now I'm just trying to figure out, like, I guess I draw one big rectangle here, and then I'm trying to figure out the proportions here of, like, the width of this. So I guess it's like 1 1/3 the width. This is 1 1/3 the width of this section. Something like that. So many decisions to make here. Like, how big do I want this as a whole? I guess that's a little too high up. The roof will get cut off slightly. I'm worried this is a little too small, but I feel like it's maybe good. Maybe I'll do another home try-on later and get the 2 I like best plus 3 other ones, and I'll find out I don't like any of them or something. Yeah, I thought about trying on more, but then I was like, that's just gonna... it's just gonna make me more confused. Also, I did try on a bunch at the store already, so... you know, I'd gone through a pretty good variety. I think for me, a lot of the problem with other frames was like, I was into brown frames, but most brown ones are like a tortoise pattern, which is generally not something I like that much. I don't know how to describe the kind of, it's also probably hard to see in this light, but like, it's a little bit like, I feel like it's trying to look almost like wood, kind of. But it's a more subtle, I would say. It's more stripy than like dots and blotches. And I feel like the differences in hues are more subtle, which I like more. So that ruled out most of the brown frames for me. It's similar to how I felt about getting a haircut after not cutting it for almost 2 years. Sick of the old look, but used to it. Yeah. Okay. Do another polygon. Great. Love brown frames too, though. I usually go with brown metal frames myself. Yeah, I used to wear metal frames back when I first started wearing glasses. But kind of ever since I switched to plastic frames, I have not wanted to go back. I just kind of prefer them all overall. I think my least favorite thing about metal frames is, usually you have like those little pads that sit on your nose. And just, I don't know, something about that was never super comfortable for me. Like, I guess I feel like things are like the weight of the glasses is more spread out in, like, I don't know. I don't know if I can describe it well enough, but it feels a little bit better to me. Thought I didn't like the nose pads either, but then the two pairs I like best from the Tryon were like that, and they were fine. Yeah, like, I mean, it's not a terrible thing. It's just subtle difference, I think. Okay. Let's. I kind of want to draw the roof, but I think we should figure out the porch situation first. So let's draw something to suggest the balcony here. My reference is cut off. Too many windows. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. So I don't know why, but the alerts are super loud for me. Are they normal for everybody else? I don't understand why. Like, I don't think I changed anything. The levels seem okay. Sounded normal to you. It's so odd. Like, I did update some software recently, but I wouldn't have thought I updated anything that would cause this. Let me see if I can... I don't know if I can adjust the monitor volume of just the alerts. Doesn't look like I can. All right. Could be carryover from the Playdate stream. I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm puzzled by it. I think I'll just have to figure it out later. Fortunately, it's not like unbearable loud or anything. I guess maybe the problem is that the music is quiet. So I cranked my headphone volume up really loud. So the question is why the music is quiet for me. Is the music a normal volume for y'all? I did update my loopback software, which I use for capturing audio, but I don't think anything has really changed there. It was just like a bug fix update. And nothing looks weird. I don't know, man. It's fine. Oh, the music is soft, actually. Okay, okay. Oh, you can't hear it at all. Oh. Oh. Okay. Why did that... Oh. Did I turn that down for Trev to the rescue or something? Maybe that's what happened. Okay. Let me know that is. Okay. So let's just kind of... Can hear it now. Good. Let's just kind of block in our pillars here. Oh yeah, that was 4D Sports Boxing. Good. Oh, I accidentally paused it. Good call, F-Tom. That's pretty even. Could do a little better. Did you complete Trev, by the way? Had a blast on that stream, but needed to get some sleep. Yes, we did. We did finish Trev to the rescue with, I believe, a Wimpy ranking, which I gotta be honest, I was glad I didn't get the loser ranking, but I think I can do better. I think I might want to take another shot at it sometime. This feels a little bit like a Colonel's Bequest situation where I'm compelled to, get that perfect score. And even if it, takes a lot of effort to play through the game multiple times to perfect my route and all of that. I might even be tempted to kind of speedrun it a little bit, but we'll see. All right, that seems pretty good. Actually, let's double check. Let's check my work here. So that's, oh yeah, that one's a little bit smaller by a few pixels. And that one's also smaller. Okay, I'm glad I checked. That's good enough. Still need my Super Sleuther on, I understand. Yeah. Yeah, that was quite a challenge, but an enjoyable one. Okay, so now we've got 3 sections here. Our reference has kind of 4. Although, I guess it continues off to the right. Maybe we want to space these out even further. So let's see if we did. We have it go around the side here, like a reference. These aren't spaced evenly yet, but I'm just kind of roughing things in. I feel like this is maybe still not wide enough, so let's widen that. I just mean in terms of like being able to have a doorway that matches up with our close-up. Do we actually just want to have like 3? Is that gonna look weird? Oh, I miss Efton's comment. There's a loser ranking. Yeah, the worst ranking is loser and then wimpy, and I wish I could remember. There's 2 more above that. So we got like 2nd from the bottom, 3rd from the top. I assume a lot of that was just how poorly I did in basketball, and shoot, what was the? I'm trying to think of how to describe the maze area at the end. I can't remember the name of that location. Near the waterfall. Where I did so poorly that the game was like, here, let's bring in a random guy to show you how to go. I think I could make that work. And I think if they're nice and wide like this, it'll fit in better with the close-up without having to modify it too much. I guess we need a column. Why did I do that? Right here as well. And then it's too bad that like this side is covered by some trees in the photo, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly what the details of this are doing. But I think ultimately we'll cover it with the tree also, so that's not too much of an issue. And Kay, hello. Good to see you. I just realized I'm behind on my shoutouts. Hope your Earthbound Zero playthrough has been going well. So we're trying to draw a house similar to this one. We have a close-up of the porch of this house right now, but I've been wanting to add a further out view, mostly because I like having an old house in a video game, and now I will get to draw one. And this also lets us add another scene and kind of make the navigation a little more interesting. Before we had a lot of things in a straight line, which seemed a little boring. You finished. Nice. Congrats. I still have not played... Well, I've played a little bit of Earthbound Normal. And then I stopped. For some reason, I will sometimes play a bunch of a video game and I will really enjoy it, but then I'll just stop. And I can usually never remember why. Probably life reasons or something. But I would like to play all of those games at some point. I really enjoyed what I played of Earthbound. Okay, let's try to figure out... I've got a lot of different details to figure out here. Let's maybe start by roughing in a door, actually. And then our close-up has this arched window up here and then two glass panes on the side. I don't really know if the way I drew the door in our close-up is really something appropriate for this style of house. I guess it feels like it would be. But I'm certainly not an architecture expert. I am super worried that I'm going to end up putting too much detail into this, and that it will make the rest of the game feel like it doesn't have enough detail. But I'll do my best. I already feel like we have some scenes that are not as good as others. Alright, let's just copy this one. It's never too late to put too much detail in every scene. Yeah. Let's see, how did I do that window? Did I just copy it and shrink it down? Okay, I think I just did a polygon. Let's try copying it. We're starting a cycle. I hope not. I've already been worried, like, you know, I would like to do a Playdate version of this, which is going to require changing a lot of the art, because the Playdate it's a tiny little screen, and for the most part, scaling down this art to that screen works super well, but it is a wider aspect ratio. So I basically need to either crop the art we have on the top and bottom or extend it on the sides. And I think for the most part, I will end up wanting to extend it on the sides, just because if I crop it, then it loses too much and everything gets a lot bigger. So for that, I'm already gonna have to redo a bunch of stuff, and I feel like in the process of that, I'm gonna want to tweak other little things. What am I doing? Simpsons on Disney Plus it? I don't, did they do a weird cropping? Okay, yeah, here you can kind of see that this is a little bit sloppy. So I definitely just did a polygon. Let's see. Yeah. I guess there's no way to resize this proportionally. So we'll just have to do our best. All right, let me give Silverstreak a shout out. Silver's been playing Spyro Reignited? I can't remember what they call the remastered version. Another series I've never played even the tiniest bit in this case. Hinton says, what I want you to do is add black bars on the sides and the top of the Blade version. No, thank you, but appreciate the suggestion. Unsecret Crush says, they did the cropping so weird that the best example I've seen is literally cutting off a sight gag along the top of the frame. Okay, yeah. Hinton said, or X-Files on Disney or the Buffy Blu-rays. Basically, people are out there ruining things for me. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there's some cases where they manage to change things to be like 16:9 in a reasonable way. But for the most part, I wish we could all just be okay with having black bars on the sides. Like, I feel like we somehow all got used to having normal letterboxing, right? Black bars on the top and bottom. But everyone is still afraid to do black bars on the sides. Like, nobody can cope with that or something. But I think if we just all did it, it would be fine. Jabberwocky, good to see you. Show that water cup again? Oh, this one. I like these cups a lot. They're very good. I'm trying to look at the brand name. We got them on Amazon. Bormioli? Is that what it says? But yeah, they're great. Good glasses. We also have short ones. Hello, Magicaros? Let me know if I said that wrong. Yes, good old Motorola 68K. You got it. We're using System 6. And making a little game in World Builder, which is a program from 1986 made by William C. Appleton and published by Silicon Beach Software to make games that are kind of a combination of point and click and text parser, which is a little confusing sometimes. Bormioli Rocco, thank you on Secret Crush. Ooh, Fton says, black bar top and bottom feels okay. On the side feels claustrophobic. That's really interesting. I think I can get that, but I still think I would personally rather see, stuff that's formatted that way with the black bars instead of cropping it. Looks like Blade Runner glass. Originally saw them in a West Elm catalog, but then realized they were cheaper on Amazon. Nice. All right, so this little doorway is looking pretty good, I think. I'm very happy with that. And then we can have, like, the top of the columns can be curved in a way that matches our window here, which I think will look really nice. And then, of course, we'll have the same curve on these as well. So now let's add the bottom part here, the stairs. I always want to hit Command R for rectangle, but it's W, of course. We all know this. W is for rectangle. I'm just struggling with how to do this. Let's just draw a rectangle, and it's probably fine. So that's our stairs. I'm not going to put the lines in there yet. Actually, can we do a fill? Of course not. There's no fill that's just horizontal lines. What a bummer. Okay. That's all right. I don't know why people don't just stretch their 4x3 video to 16:9 like we did in the old days. Okay. And then the thing I was struggling with as I drew that was how to draw, like, there's these railings that come down, of course, and they got, you know, a little bit of a perspective angling to them, right? I could just cheat and not worry about that perspective, which is tempting, but I feel like I should put that in there. If I can. Let's actually make this a little wider. Ooh, in my youth, the worst thing in the world was to buy or rent a movie on VHS and realize I accidentally got the pan and scan version. That's rough. Okay. Actually, let's do a polygon here. So, ooh. Okay. Every time I start to draw something, I'm like, oh wait, I need to do this first. Oh wait, I need to do this first. But here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do these railings up here. Okay, let's bring this out a little bit more so those match. Great. Took one film appreciation class in community college and it made me insufferable. I didn't even take film appreciation. I became insufferable on my own. No regrets. For the longest time, Lost Highway was only available in pan and scan, and that felt terrible. Fact, the fastest Motorola 68K Mac is an Amiga. Interesting. Interesting. I feel like I've missed some chat here. Maybe not, but I'm just making sure real quick. Okay, I think I caught most of it. Jabberwocky said, I absolutely hate cropping. Peter Jackson's Beatles documentary was horrible until the ending rooftop concert. Interesting. I'm not familiar with that. There is no 680-60 Mac. Ah, okay. Got it. It's raining there now. Is it nice, gentle rain, or is it the bad kind? I hope it's nice, relaxing rain. I'm not sure how this is going to turn out, but we'll see. Yeah, I think that's all right. Just a little bit of perspective there. Like this double line here, I'm not a huge fan of that, but I think it's okay. Hopefully I can flop this. Yeah, flip that polygon. Nice. Gentle. Nice. They jumped to PowerPC already by the time 68060 came out. Okay. Shoot. I swear. I thought I could shift drag, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Just have to do my best to keep this aligned. And we'll draw a rectangle to double check. Hey, I got it. Great. All right, let's close this. Again, that's the only way we can save. Oh, and here's the thing. Oh, God, this is going to... With this super detailed drawing, this is going to worry me a lot. A thing I discovered the other day... I'm trying to remember the context in which I discovered this. But when you close a window, it seems like it's saving it, but I think it's kind of just saving it to RAM or something. Because at one point recently, I lost some work because World Builder, for whatever reason, closed without, closing normally. So the changes I had made, even though I closed the window I was working on, ended up being lost. That was weird. But yeah, it's definitely going to make me paranoid as I work on this. I don't want to completely close World Builder too often. I might do it periodically just to ease my mind a little. Thank you for the oofda, Efton. Efton says, heavy rain is nice too. The only bad rain is when there's flooding. Yeah, for me, I used to enjoy most types of rain. As long as I wasn't, concerned for my safety. But now heavy rain is a little bit stressful for me because we've had basement flooding that was expensive to deal with, and I lost a lot of nice things, like many old Sierra game boxes became destroyed. Yeah, so it's like it happened because some roots were in a drain pipe. So we get that cleared out periodically, and we also have a water sensor now that will alert me if it starts getting backed up at all. So I am not very concerned about actual damage happening anymore. We should mostly avoid it, and if it becomes a risk, we can deal with it much more quickly than we used to be able to. But it's still it gives me kind of stressful feelings when it's raining really heavily. Home ownership makes it hard to enjoy weather, yes. Also, yeah, another thing, at one point we had a large branch fall on the garage roof, which trees falling on the house, I don't know why, this has always been a little bit of a paranoia for me. A house with a huge tree close to it, I'm almost knocked over my lamp. It was always something a little bit stressful to me. But yeah, we had a large branch fall on the garage roof and put a hole in it. It's a small hole. I managed to kind of patch it up well enough to prevent any water getting in. But we still haven't gotten that roof replaced or repaired properly. But yeah, there's lots of things to worry about when you own a house. Paranoia, I think that's perfectly justified fear. Yeah, sure. It's just, I feel like my concern over it is a little bit larger than the actual risk, I guess. Lost a few of my older World of Darkness core books from rain damage, so I understand. Oh God, that reminds me of another story. I don't know that I've ever told this one on stream. I might have, but at the very least it's been a while. So I used to live in an apartment by myself. First floor apartment. It was like a 2-story building, so there were people above me. And one day I had a job interview. And as I was getting ready for the interview, first of all, like, I'm already like frequently late for things. For whatever reason, time management is kind of difficult for me. I've struggled with it all my life. Basically, my problem is I always think I have a little time to do just one more thing, but then I'm always wrong. Anyway, so like, being on time for an interview was already something I was struggling with, and then all of a sudden, water starts coming down from the ceiling, and I'm like, what the fuck? And it kept happening, and obviously I called the landlord as soon as possible, and it took so long until anyone came to deal with it. And meanwhile, like, water just keeps pouring down from the ceiling, and like, it was mostly coming down in the room where all my computer stuff was. And also, this was during a time when you could just run a server. If you had a cable modem connection, you could just run a server in your home. That's a lot more complicated these days. But I had a server running, and then I also had, my Mac that I did work on, all in the same area. And, just lots of expensive computer equipment, and then also like other crap nearby that was, at risk of getting wet. So this was a lot to deal with, and I was late for this interview. And then finally it stopped, and what was the explanation? Like, somebody just, like, I don't know, left their tub running, and it was somehow clogged up. Like, I can't even remember exactly. Like, it almost didn't make sense. But yeah, that was fun, and definitely got some water damage from that as well. So yeah, big fan of water damage. My favorite. Yeah, it's great. Puzzle said, the house we're in the process of moving out right now has a big tree near my room, and heavy storms have always made me super uneasy for that very reason. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, tub, I'm pretty sure it had to have been a tub, right? Like, a sink, I don't think would have, like, it was spread out over such a huge area. I think it had to have been a tub. But like, it's so weird that like the overflow didn't deal with it. Like, I don't know what was going on that the overflow didn't handle the overflow properly. But yeah, I guess they just, like, they filled the tub and then just left. Like, there was no one there. Which is, what? Like, I can't even imagine that. Like, it almost makes me wonder if it was intentional somehow or something. Like, they just were pissed off at the landlord and wanted to do some damage. I really have no idea. Absolutely wild, though. I was late for the interview, and they were not super impressed by my explanation, I don't think. I didn't get the job, but also that was fine. I don't know how much of it had to do with me being super late. Did you fight with that? Yeah, like, I didn't know any of my neighbors. So yeah, I did not fight with them or confront them in any way. I don't think I would have, put the blame on them. Like, obviously it was a pretty big screw up, but Yeah, I probably should have just called and rescheduled, but I did not. Let's see if I can do this. Nope. Yeah, it's really hard to drag a thing that's this tiny. It might be impossible, honestly. Like, you would think if I click the pixel right in the center here that I could move this without resizing it, but I'm not sure that's true. Yeah. Where do neighbors even come from? They just appear. Yeah, I think that's correct. What? That is... Alright, I'm gonna deal with that later. I was trying to draw like a little ball on the top of each post at the end of the railing. But I think I might just not worry about it, or I could maybe draw the little pixel art posts or something, but for now I'm not gonna worry about that detail. Okay, so we need some more rectangles. So many rectangles. I hope we can get a pattern that works well for this. So we've got, I think we're just going to do one big rectangle. And then we'll send that to back. And then it's like this, it looks like kind of a honeycomb pattern. I'm trying to think of the right way to describe it. Something like that, but I feel like that's too heavy of a pattern. It might be the best we have, though. Oops, that's the pen. Don't want that. That kind of works, I guess. But it almost just looks like a gray. You might have to cut into those circles when you're drawing the stuff around it. Yeah. Anyways, I think for now we won't worry about the fill on that. We'll come back to it. It's a little too tall, I think. And then... this is a situation where I wish I could see this part in the reference house. I don't really know. That looks fine, I think. Seems believable. And then over on this side, it's different. Like the actual wall comes all the way down, but then we have like a ridge kind of thing going on here. Let's see, so this comes out a little bit more. Trying to decide where I want this. It's looking pretty good, I think. If you ever heard of Sheepshaver, that emulated PowerPC Mac for running classic Mac OS, its ancestor was Shapeshifter Amiga to emulate Motorola 68K Mac, and it was more of a VM than an emulator, although back then the term virtual machine wasn't coined yet. Yes, I am familiar with both of those. I have used Sheepshaver a little bit, though I've never used Shapeshifter. I've never spent a ton of time with Amiga stuff myself, even though although it has always interested me. I should really check it out more sometime. The app names are funny. But yeah, I've used... let's see, I think Sheepshaver is what we used when we played the X-Files game. And then I also use Basilisk 2 occasionally. This one is Mini VMac, which is one I like a lot. Blah Holtzen, hello. What up is we are drawing a house. Here's our reference image. So we're trying to draw something that looks pretty similar to this, but with some little tweaks. Things are coming along well. Hope you're doing good. Retro Roadshow, good to see you. Have a few Sheepshaver builds on my PC. Nice, nice, nice. Hello. Hope you're doing well also. Contemplating another cup of coffee. Understandable. I've been living the 1 cup a day lifestyle, and I think it's mostly working. I just remembered, I kind of forgot about it for a while, but I was going to try to gradually cut down. But it's kind of hard to cut down from 1 cup a day, because, like, what do? You just have, like, I don't know, 2/3 of a cup of coffee? Or do you have every other day? Like, no matter how you do it, it feels a little weird, I think. All right. Now I'm just trying to figure out what we do next and what level of detail to put into the rest of this. Our reference has some... Let's flip over here and talk about things. So we have some windows down here. Let's actually zoom in a little more, since we're talking about details. So we have some windows down here. I think we're just going to ignore those. So the interior of our house, we go in here, and there's a stairway on your left that goes up. So I think that could believably, be inside here. I don't think realistically the inside of this would be laid out that way. But it's believable enough that it won't be too weird. And then off to the right, we have a bathroom, which does not have any sign of windows. So I think we'll just ignore the windows, and that also gives us, less detail to worry about. And then upstairs, we don't really have any signs of windows on the interior, but I think we'll put a couple windows up here. I think maybe 2 will align with our downstairs column situation better. And then I'm trying to decide what to do over here. Like, some of this detail feels important. So I think we should probably just do most of what's going on here. I'll maybe simplify up here to a single window, just to have it kind of match what we're doing over here. we'll see how that comes out. And then up here, maybe I'll try ditching these attic windows, even though I think they look cool as hell. Just to, again, simplify as much as we can. I think I'll probably leave off the... Are these, like, chimneys? That's all I can think of. Or maybe just, like... Yeah, it's... I can't imagine they're, like, decorative. $50-50 decaf? It's an option. Sure, Roadshow says, I have a Mac Plus build and a PowerPC 6160 that I play with a lot and dig through old Mac Addict discs on archive. Nice. I have a ton of old Mac Addict discs. I should really check some of those out sometime. I bet there's some fun stuff on there. Hinton says, I think the only way to cut down from 1 cup a day is to buffer underrun to 999 cups. That's good thinking. I had not considered that. Must be chimneys? Yeah, okay. What if you kept the leftmost attic window? We could try it, but I worry that will look off-balanced. We'll see. I have a couple dozen of them, but Archive has them all, and I'm too lazy to dig them out. That's fair. I have a huge bin. I don't know if you can't really see how wide I'm holding my arms, but it's quite a large bin. Maybe it's a little smaller than that. It's big. And it's like this tall. It's got like 2 stacks of discs. A lot of what's in there is I used to be in a band, and there's lots of like backups of mixes and like live recordings and all kinds of stuff like that. And then later on, I did a bunch of stuff with a record label called Tense Forms. So I have like a bunch of like friends mixes and stuff like that. So there's a lot of stuff that's just like music shit in there. But then the top layer is, I think, almost all software. A ton of it is Mac Addict discs. Shoot, I'm trying to think of what else is in there. There's just a ton of like demo discs overall. Probably like a third of it is demo discs. Some of it is commercial software. You're holding your hands about 3 inches apart. Well, it's probably more like 3 feet wide. It was my bread and butter back in the day, though. So much free software and games. You know, honestly, I definitely played with some of the software, but I feel like I mostly got Mac Addict for the magazine, not so much the demo disc. New redemption incoming. Ooh, interesting. Thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet on Secret Crush. Okay. Retro Roadshow said, once I got my hands on the ResEdit demo, it was all over. I ruined my family computer several times. Oh no. Yeah, I had a full copy of ResEdit. I guess my dad just got it for some reason. I really don't know why we had that. All right, let's start drawing this. Shoot, what do you call this kind of situation? God. The window that comes out and is like 3 panes. It's on the tip of my tongue. Bay window, yeah. Is that what they would have called this back then? Like, to me, a bay window sounds like a modern thing. But yeah, it's definitely like that same kind of situation, regardless. You know, it's going to do a rectangle, but maybe that's... Like, we need some angles on it, so maybe that's not the way to go. Let's try a polygon. Let's actually save again first. Let's actually, since I was talking about this, let's go ahead and all the way for sure save and quit. I don't know for sure if this is necessary. I should maybe test it. Like, maybe that thing that happened one time was just a weird fluke. Oriel windows. Interesting. Thank you for the window architecture fact. Okay, Command G polygon. Let's go. So this should come up, like the top of it should be in line with our second story balcony here. And the question is, can I make this symmetrical? We have no real tools with which to make it symmetrical other than simply eyeballing it and hoping we did a pretty good job. That's not bad. I think we got it pretty good. Oops. Okay. Yeah, that's great. Let's maybe bump it over a pixel. I think it's off center slightly the other way now, but let's check. Oh no, it's actually perfect. Nice. Okay. So now let's do... Let's do this situation. That's a mess. Oh. Let's see if we can fix it. Usually the answer to that question is no, you cannot fucking fix it. This editing points is... It's really hard to see what you're doing. If we bring this in front, it'll help a little bit. Because that shape was better. Oh, it didn't. Okay, yeah, we're going to start over. I think maybe I won't draw the... Like, I'll just have the bottom go straight across, and then we'll hide it behind this shape. So then I'll focus on trying to get the top part right. I should have gone a pixel higher. God, this is terrible. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. I got this. One pixel up. Yeah, perfect. One pixel up. Nope. Just up. Just up. Thank you. Yeah, we did it. That looks pretty good, I think. I'm not quite happy with what's going on in these corners, but I'm not gonna fuck with it. It's too close to try to screw with it. Silver says, okay, so the musician who I commissioned for stuff went wild and came back to me with 5 completely different tracks to choose from. This is going to be a problem for me, but also this musician is a machine, apparently. It's been 2 days? What? Dang. Well, hopefully you are able to figure that out and pick one that you're happy with. Okay. The bummer about that is we basically got to do that multiple additional times to finish off this part of the house. But I think for now we'll do something else for a little bit. Maybe we'll start to roughen the windows. How are we going to do these windows? I could... Like, let's look at the reference here. So they have a subtle curve to the top of them, which is tricky. I guess I'll try drawing one in vector. If I can get one window that looks good, then we can just duplicate it for the other two. The other two second story windows, that is. And then same for the oriel window on the bottom. Actually, those are just kind of like, they're the same shape, they're just narrower, so we might be able to just shrink the width for those. We'll see how that works out. Retro Roadshow says, I can crank stuff out pretty fast, and 2 days for 5 songs would be a hella tall order for me. Is he recording everything or just programming stuff? Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so I'm trying to think about the width. Because this is a situation where we're going to change it up from the reference just a little bit. Like, I want one window here, one here, and then one here. And I want to make them a little bit wider than the reference. But not too much wider. I think it would look weird if they're too wide. Unfortunately, the only way to do these is with a polygon. I wonder. Let's try something real quick. Is this close enough to what I'm trying to do? It might be. Oop. I think it's too wide still. Retro Roadshow says, well, not just programming. It's hard as hell too, but yeah, trying to wrap my head around writing and recording what is essentially a 5-song EP in a weekend. That's insane. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think we can get away with this. You know, I wanted more of a smooth curve, but like, I mean, this is what happened when I tried to do a smooth curve. Like, it's lumpy as hell. So I think this is, you know, as good as it's gonna get, really. And at least this is... Oh, that made it worse. It's okay, we can fix it. Maybe it doesn't want to be narrow. Let's go back a little wider then. Yeah, there. Perfect. Now I'm struggling with how should these windows be centered? Like in the reference, we have a window that's centered above the door. And then those two grouped windows on the right are... I guess they're just kind of centered with the windows that are below them and also the window above. But it's not really centered at all in that section of the house. So yeah, I think this is fine how it is. And then we'll have another one over here. Hopefully that'll look okay. This is so much detail. Okay, let's see if we can get some window shapes that work for down here. That's pretty good. Thank you. Okay. Let's save this again. Okay, it's weird how it does that. Like if you don't close both and then you open it again, it will close the one that was already open. No big deal. We don't need the text area right now. Just a little weird. Actually, that's not true. Sometimes the text area is useful because you can highlight this window to like hide the selection, which is helpful. Okay. On one hand, I would really love to start putting in some fill patterns to see how this is going to look when it's finished. On the other hand, once there's fill patterns in there, it's going to be a lot harder to draw on top of what we have already, just because it makes it hard to see what you're doing. So I think I should resist that urge. I'm also kind of thinking about like we have these railings here and here. Let's see, I think I drew, yeah, on the lower part I drew like the bar for the railing, but not the up and down parts. But I'm trying to think of what's the best way to do that. Like, it'd be cool if there was like some kind of fill pattern we could do that would work. But I don't think. Yeah. Like, if there were just like a bunch of straight up and down lines, I would probably go for that. But we don't have that. Yeah, I know I could just leave the railing off. I feel like it looks a little weird. Let's see, I think I want to bring these down a little bit. I'm just going to copy these to get the... Well, I guess I really only need one up here. Of course, now I realize that when I make this wider, it's going to fuck up the height. I can't see what I'm doing. I don't know why, but when you're dragging this out like that, it does like a horizontal line from the top left corner to the bottom right corner. I guess when it's just small enough height, it's very weird. Too narrow. There we go. God. Right. Bump that over. Nope. 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 Okay. Yes, we got it. All right. The proportions of this are a little weird compared to our reference. Like, this railing comes up to the middle of the windows, whereas in the reference it's like, I would say not even a third of the way up. But I think I'm just gonna not worry about that. I don't think it looks bad. I honestly might just, for the this part of the railing, I might just not worry about it. Maybe it's just a fill rectangle or something. Like, I feel like if I just draw a bunch of vertical lines, it's gonna not necessarily look that great, but it's hard to tell. Let's experiment a little. So we could just do something like that, where it's just filled in a solid pattern. Yeah, I think something along those lines is probably fine. I think that works better than getting super detailed with it. But then I do want... let's see how to do this. Maybe that shouldn't extend out. Yeah, I think that works better. Could put one vertical line in the middle between the pillars. I'll bet that and the pillars would give the impression of more than there are. Yeah, could be. Okay. Shit. Now I'm just thinking, like, if I want to put a solid fill in here, the layering gets a little tricky. Let's see. Just want to bring a lot of things to the front here. Okay. Think that's good? We're getting there. And then the balcony over here. Oops. Well, we'll fix that later. BRB, all right. No worries. Oh, is that off center? Sure is. It seemed centered-ish, but... it's a little better. I think it's still like a pixel or two off. Okay, I think it's perfect, actually. Okay, so now what? Now, oh boy. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, that came out better than I thought. I'm just going to call it perfect. It's not quite perfect, but I don't think it's going to get any better. Shit. I can't. Shit. Oh, please. Okay, we got it. It's just big enough that I'm able to find the right spot to drag it from without resizing it. It's tricky, though. Oops. Oh no. Oh no. I screwed up my undo. You only get one undo, and deselecting counts as an undo. I don't know. It's weird. This is why this is a good example of where the text window comes in handy. So I can click over here, and then it hides my selection so I can see what it's going to look like after it's deselected. Just to figure out if it's in the right spot. nudge it up a pixel and we're good. Yeah. Okay, and then I just want everyone to know that every time I try to draw a rectangle, I hit Command R every single time. Oh, dang it. Okay. There we go, we got it. Okay. Good. All right. Now I'm gonna want a polygon for the fill pattern here. Shit. Just on my last 10 pull in Genshin Impact, the C6 has happened. Your C6 Zhongli, I believe is what you're referring to. Congratulations. Nice. Oh, so close. There we go. Oh boy, now I gotta bring all this stuff to the front. This is gonna be a challenge. Oh god. Oh god. It won't let me select what I'm trying to select. Shit. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're getting there. Great. Oh, no, I fucked this up. Shit. Oh, come on, work with me here. Please. 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 God damn it, no. Oh, how can I do this? I'm trying to select this piece here because it needs to be... It needs to be in front of this post on the left, so it looks like it does on this side. But no matter where I click, I can't get it. Okay, let's try this. This scares me a little bit. I'm going to cut this piece. And then... Oh, come on. Are you kidding? Okay. Paste. Let's try this one. Cut that. Oh, wait. No, this isn't going to work. Because it needs to be in front of... If I paste this one back, then it's going to be the frontmost. Jeez. Maybe I can... Let's select all this. Cut it. Come on. There we go. Bring to front. Paste. And then we just got to bring all this in front. This is a nightmare. Okay, we did it. Please no one point any flaws out in this. It's fine. It's completely fine. I think the one additional detail I want to add over here is just a, hey, for once I did it, Command W first try. Just a line across here to give a little more detail there. How long has it been since save progress? Too long. Now let's save. Also, thank you, Val. I'm gonna do the full quit out, just to be sure. One thing I keep thinking about, I'm just looking at our reference photo again. We got all these bushes down here. I've drawn some bushes in the game already, and I don't like them. I think I did them a little too simple, but I don't know how to do them better. I think I'll just take a little experimentation. But this reference photo might help. I want to change up the bushes from what they have here. This is just a little too much bush detail. But having some nicely shaped reference bushes to look at will maybe help a little bit. $11:30. It says not full bush, but keeping some nicely shaped bush on file. Got it. Yes, thank you. Okay. Up next, I think, is going to be roof. So with the roof, this is going to be hard because we have some nice curves here. And there's like 3 curves I need to draw here, and I want them to all be as close to the same as possible. I think my best bet on that is to keep it simple, like just click here, click here, click here, click here, which is more or less what I did with the window curve, which started out as being this thing here. But yeah, I think that'll work, and the fewer points, the better, for sure. So, here we go. Is that a good height? Hopefully. Maybe a little taller would have been better. Yeah, it might be okay. Well, let's see. A thing I keep thinking about is, as I mentioned before, like on an original Mac, you actually see these drawings come in one shape at a time. So a thing I keep thinking about now is like, do I want to draw the shapes in a way that'll look the least weird as it's coming in, or should I just not worry about it? It's hard not to think about it a little bit. You know, on most computers, we could just stop this line anywhere in this area and it's fine, but you're going to see this entire thing for the roof in front of it pops in. So I'm like, do we do something like this to make it look less weird? I don't know. Try not to think about it too much. Oh, sorry. Y'all couldn't even see what I was talking about. But yeah, like basically I extended this shape over here, even though most of this area is going to get hidden on and never seen on most computers. It's fine. Okay, send that back. And then trying to decide how to do this. I think I'm gonna draw. Ooh, no, I should just do it over here. I was about to say I think I'm gonna draw the next roof shape over here and then move it into place, but I need to get the width correct. So I'm just gonna draw it in place, and I'll try not to worry too much about the curve being exactly the same. Like, I think as long as I eyeball it and make it look similar, that'll look fine. The bigger concern is that it's roughly symmetrical, I think, which is going to be hard. That's pretty great. It's definitely not perfect, but it looks good, I think. I've improved since getting used to these tools. Yeah. I mean... yeah, like, I've definitely improved a lot, but also, like, I'm spending more time on it and being a lot more patient with it. You know, like, as time goes on, I've been willing to spend more time on it to get it perfect. I was trying to do things, you know, very quickly and not perfect initially. Okay. So back to the reference photo. On here we have this weird little like balcony railing situation, which I assume is mainly decorative. Like, I can't imagine people would be up here very often, if ever. Probably just for maintenance reasons. But I assume this is mainly decorative. Anyways, I think what I'm going to do is just have a solid rectangle shape that's thinner to just kind of cap off the roof. Because I don't want to put all of that detail in there. But I feel like it needs a little bit of something. So we'll just do something like that. I can't tell. I can't tell if it's sticking out the same amount on both sides, because like the line underneath is different on each side, so that makes it hard to see. That's definitely wrong. Oh no, I've done it. Yeah, we'll get there. That's too skinny. Alright. I'm sold. I think that's a good thickness also. Oh, it just feels right. Good. Yeah, look at that house. It's a pretty good house. Xenolon, hello. You've got a sort of perspective from the right side going on. I'm confused what you mean. Okay, so I think this is most of the detail that I want to put into this. However, I still want the arches on the columns here. Or at least I want to try it. Honestly, the more I look at this, it doesn't look too bad like this, but I think if we get those arches, that'll really look great. House seems normal to me. Good, good, good. That is the goal. Totally normal house. Again, this is what our reference looks like. I don't want to try to replicate this exactly because it's too much detail, like the little circle thing, like that looks really cool, but it's too much to try to do here in this tiny space with these clunky tools. So I'm just gonna do, I think, just a curve, and that's pretty much it. And then we'll just fill it in with whatever. And then I want to try to kind of match the curve of this window. I feel like this is going to turn out terrible, but we'll see. You know, it's not great, but it's not the worst in the world. Oh no, World Builder, stop. Okay, thank you. Crap, now I've done it. Please select the right thing. Okay. I hate to say this, but I think I need to adjust this whole doorway. Like, let me take another shot at this arch, but with this moved down a little bit. Because I think the center of it shouldn't quite touch the balcony above. Yeah, I think that's a little better. And it shouldn't be too hard to adjust this door. Yeah. And we've got to tweak all these shapes. Let's save first. This is some fancy house design and music. Absolutely. As usual, this is one of MZZ's playlists. I believe this is the number one playlist, Tunes for Bards to go hard and soft to. Everyone's favorite, except for mine. And Emmy's. There's just a lot of bards on YouTube, I guess. I don't know. Wannabe bards? Don't think I've ever really understood what a bard was. I just know they're upsetting. That's all you really need to know. We needed a pixel wider. We got 2 pixels wider. Oh, I'll get this eventually, I swear. Smaller. Let's delete this and copy the other one. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, there we go. All right. I'm just looking at this and taking it all in. I think one thing we want to do is make these windows taller. Since a lot of them got covered up, the height looks weird. Yeah, it looks better for sure. Hopefully we can get them all matching. That's pretty good. Play loot, charm person, the usual. Yeah. I'm playing a bard in Baldur's Gate 3. They're not very good at anything. I think... I dislike how this space here is much bigger than the space above the windows here. I think if we had a more flexible drawing tool, I would like make some changes to even that out. But since we're not, I'm not sure there's much we can reasonably do without making too much work. So I'm just going to maybe make this a tiny bit taller. And I think that's probably all we'll do. There we go. Yeah, it's fine. Good enough. Efton says, from what I hear, give it time. At least that's what the upsetting bards told me. Okay. We're pretty much done, aside from filling in patterns. I'm really curious how that's gonna go. I'm a little worried that I'm gonna like basically want to have more shapes to have different fills, but we'll figure that out when we get there. We need some lines for the stairs, I think. But I think I might honestly save that for close to last. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to do before we start playing with fills here. I have so many games already, Efton. Although it did, I heard the Mac version is out yet now. I think as of today. which does help to tempt me a little. Oh, I assume it's on PlayStation. I guess I'd probably be more likely to play it there. Downloading the Mac version now. Nice. Obviously, we're going to have like more stuff around this, like the bushes and the walkway. But I feel like this is maybe a good point. Like, the thing that's tricky about that is once you start putting in stuff in the background, like, you know, right now, if I select something here, I can click over here to deselect it. But once we start putting more stuff in the background area, like, that gets harder to do, right? Because, you know, if we put in a pattern for the sky, then, you know, that's a big rectangle back here, and then I can no longer click in the entire sky area to deselect things. So I think it's going to be a little bit easier to, like, more or less finish the house, and then we can start putting in that stuff around the outside. And then the sky itself will definitely be last, because that's the majority of the background. Okay, let's save. So I think this is a good time for a break. Played 5 minutes of Starfield, put it down, and played more Baldur's Gate 3. I always read the R as an N, Stanfield. I don't think that's correct, but maybe it should be. Ooh, Valis says, highly recommend not playing it on a console. Noted. That did cross my mind briefly that maybe playing it on a console would be bad. Like, I'm trying to think of other games I've played where it definitely felt like it was designed primarily to be played on a... Oh, right. Witcher 3 is the big one. I played that on PlayStation, and like I mostly enjoyed it, but like it felt so much like it was designed to be played with the mouse, and I was like constantly fighting that. Ice cream. All right. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a little bit, and then we will start filling in some shading on this house and make it look like it has dimensions and stuff. Back in a bit. Hello. Oh my gosh, there's so much chat. Hello, Baltimore. Good to see you. Hinton says you can use a mouse in Witcher 3. I assume if you're playing it on a computer, you can. It felt to me like it was designed to be used with a mouse. I've been buying Breyer's oat milk vanilla ice cream. That is... Well, I don't know that I've had very many non-dairy, just straight up vanilla ice creams. Like, usually there's some kind of flavor, I assume, to help cover up the fact that they don't quite taste like normal ice cream. But it's very good. And definitely, like, the best non-dairy vanilla I've had. And, you know, sometimes it's nice to just have a plain vanilla ice cream. You know, put some... I usually go for, like, crumpled up Oreos on top. Very good. We're limited to a 4-pack of chocolate-covered caramel cookie ice cream on a stick at home, but we can talk about any flavor we want. Good. Bolt says, ice cream is the best dessert there is. Strong words, but I'm not going to argue with it. Bolt was playing a game called Shadow Gambit, The Cursed Crew earlier, which was pretty neat. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Great to have you here. Yeah, I might have to check that game out. It looked like a thing I would enjoy. Maple Mystery. Hello. Great to see you as well. I'll give you a shout out in a minute. Creme brulee. Does creme brulee count as a flan? They're both custards, but that's all I know. Interesting. I don't know that I've ever had either of those, actually. I was gonna say I've had creme brulee, but I don't know that I actually have. Until recently, most non-dairy ice creams were coconut-based, and coconut is a very strong flavor. Yeah, like, generally, the ones I've gone for the most are almond milk, which works out pretty well. Amiga Cami, you stream also, right? I have not had the opportunity to catch any of your streams, but... problem with both flan and creme brulee is that they're very difficult to find non-dairy versions of. Yeah, I bet. Okay, let's see if we can fill in some shading on this little house we got here. Let's see, I already did a save. Oh, right, you just streamed for the first time. Let me give you a shout out. I hope it went well. And hopefully I can catch a future stream sometime. So, let's pop over to our reference here. We've stuck pretty close to this reference, but we're not trying to make it exact. So, for example, it doesn't necessarily have to be a White House. It's hard for me to picture it significantly different, though. Like, I mean, obviously, we're dealing with black and white anyway, but, you know, the thing I'm thinking is, like, you know, we could use a darker shading on, like, the primary walls. But I feel like doing a light shade is probably going to be the best. When okay, definitely need to make some adjustments before I try again. Yeah, relatable. I'm still making adjustments, and I've been doing this for almost 2 years now. So yeah, there's always adjustments to be made, but I'm sure you'll get the hang of it quickly. You know, I'm just noticing these windows, I feel like should maybe come up a little more. But yeah, I think we'll go with like a lighter shade for the primary walls, and then darker roof. And let's see, has the sky in all of our scenes been black? I think so, right? So that's all the more reason to keep the house a little bit lighter in value. Come on, work with me here. Okay. Scene oh no, sorry. There's gotta be... I'm trying to think if there's any way I can... avoid that or have it automatic. I don't know. Warn me when I'm spending time in a window that's not on stream. Anyways. Thank you. I was just adjusting the height of these windows here. There was a little bit too much space above them. But I think that looks better now. And let's do a quick save, and then we'll actually start filling in some shading here. So, what value is our closed door? Let's look at that real quick. Oh boy, how do we do that? The door is a separate object, so we got to find it in this list. Normal door. Where's our normal door? There it is. Okay. So it's kind of a little bit lighter than middle value. Excuse me. So since it's like back further, we'll make it somewhat dark. Like probably like that. And I think our windows, we just filled in mostly black with like some white highlights on them. So we'll start with that. Actually, maybe this whole... This is the thing I was worried about. I maybe want this bottom area to be darker than up here, just because it's it would be more in shadow. But adding another rectangle there is going to be a pain. Let's see how this looks. Like my thought is we do that for the lower part and then make the door a little bit darker, actually. I don't know, maybe this is okay for up here even? Maybe I'm worrying too much. Let's continue with this and we'll see how it looks when it's... more of it's filled in. So if that's all going to be dark, I feel like our... these detailed bits should be lighter. Hinton says, you're a Mac person. What's an image editing program that Mac persons like? My first question would be, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Like, are you trying to edit photos? Are you trying to draw things like, you know, like something like this, or something you might do in like, you know, a paint program? You know, what exactly you're trying to accomplish, I think, would affect my recommendation. For these, let's try crops resizes a menu of bad filters for making jokes. Okay. God, what? It's on the tip of my tongue. Starts with a P. Pixelmator. Oh, I thought this would show me the price. I don't know what the price is. I was going to look at that before I recommended it. But it's a good program. It's like a simple image editor, relatively simple. It's pretty powerful, but like it's not. It's designed to be approachable and easy to use, basically. So I think that probably be the first one that comes to mind. It is on the Mac App Store. You can probably also buy it direct if you would prefer that. But Pixelmator Pro, go ahead and look that up and see if it might be what you're looking for. I would imagine they also have a demo version on their website that you could check out if you're not sure. $49.99. Yeah, that's about what I was thinking. The Affinity apps are also very good. If you are looking for like alternative to Adobe apps. I find that those apps are like, they feel like they're very much designed for someone who wants an alternative to Adobe's apps, which is good if that's what you want. If you've never used, Photoshop, Illustrator, etc., it might be a little bit too complicated. Pixelmator sure made their website look like Apple. Yeah, there's a lot of developers that kind of do that. You can also, like, Preview lets you do quite a bit. That's just a program that's included on your Mac. You can do cropping. Bad filters, maybe not. But you can, like, I don't know, draw stuff on top of an image or stuff like that. So if you're just looking for really, really simple edits, that's worth a look. These, I don't even know what you call this area, like the underneath the roof. Like, these would be gutters on a modern house, but I don't know if they're actually gutters on a house this old. Did they have gutters back then? When were gutters invented? The point is, I don't know what shade they should be. Let's try that. It feels too dark. But we don't have a lot of in between. Like, let's try that, and let's try actually making this stuff a little lighter. And then we could do darker for the roof. Is there something different we could do with the roof? This might be a rare case where we could do a weird pattern. Put some scales on it? No. Yeah, I don't really see any that are going to work well. Like, this is believable as a... Oh, right. That's the one that doesn't come out looking anything like the preview. Anyway, this is believable in the preview as like a roof tile situation, but here it looks like angled brick pattern. So never mind. I think that's too dark. Let's try that. And then these bits... medium gray or lighter. Let's try lighter. I'm going back to medium gray. Silver said, I can't wait to try the new MS Paint. The concept of being able to make transparencies in multiple layers in Paint is wild. Yeah, I saw someone comment on layers in Paint, and I guess ultimately I approve, but also like I feel like it's good to have a simple, super simple tool like that. that comes pre-installed. And I worry they're making it too complicated, but maybe they've managed to do it in a way that is not overcomplicated. I don't know. This convo reminded me I found an old resume I made in college, and it claimed I knew how to use QuarkXPress. I don't even remember what kind of stuff QuarkXPress was used for, let alone that I ever knew that. It's a page layout desktop publishing program. I never used it that much. I was more of a Aldus PageMaker guy, or eventually Adobe PageMaker. Oh wait, no, that became InDesign. I think there was an Adobe PageMaker for a little bit though. But yeah. Panna cotta. All right, so I kind of like this pattern for the railings here. Oh, the big problem I'm having with all of this is I really want to add like some subtle highlights in places, like, you know, on the side of the roof here, along these upper edges, like just some subtle details that I could do in a bitmap graphic but can't really do here. We could still make this into a bitmap graphic. There's nothing wrong with that. However, it would be a little bit of a bummer to more or less throw out all the work I did. Like, we wouldn't be getting rid of it, but like I spent so much time to accomplish this in vector graphics that it feels like a waste to not use those shapes. So I'm just kind of struggling with this thought a little bit. This is the new main house. It hasn't been too long since save. I'm not going to worry about it since we've just been doing fills. If anything, I want to be able to go back to the version that doesn't have any fills in case I decide to for any reason. Ooh, random access pixels. The 5th prime number. A math test as well. I'm going to think about this. Prime is... nobody laugh at me. 1? Is that the first prime number? 3? 5? 7? Do I have those right? Somebody tell me if I have those right, and then I'll try to figure out what's next. Correct? Okay. 11. Is 11 correct? Oh, Silver said 11 already. Spoiling it for me, Silver. At least I didn't see that until I figured it out on my own. All right, so if anyone is not familiar, we are opening my... Bitmap Books Art of Point and Click Adventure Games, apparently to page 11. The 5th prime number, as we all know. We're all excellent math students here. 6-7 said Optimus, Ultra Magnus, Rodimus Prime, Optimus again. I can't think of the 5th. Very good. Hit enter before he started working on figuring it out. Apologies. No worries, no worries. Totally understand. Oh, I forgot to mention the horrible news of the evening is that there's no Bundaberg in the fridge, so I'm stuck with continuing to drink water, even though I usually grab a Bundy during my break. I did stick one all the way in the back in hopes that it might be a good temperature later on, but I gotta be honest, I'm not optimistic. Okay, so early on here, we have a lot of text, but that's fine. We can read a little. So this is right in the middle of... What is this? I think this is just kind of the history of point-and-click adventure games. Bolt, I'm going to give you the choice. I'll show the pictures on page 11, but then I could read either what's on page 11, or we could start at the beginning of the history of point-and-click adventure games, because I don't think we've ever read any of this on stream. But it's your choice, beginning or page 11. While you're deciding, I'll go ahead and show these pictures here. We have LucasArts followed up Maniac Mansion with a string of hits, including titles such as The Secret of Monkey Island and Loom. Let's see, that first one is Day of the Tentacle, right? And then, of course, we have Loom here. And a couple of Monkey Islands at the bottom. Very nice stuff. Let's see if I can get a little bit closer. Yeah, get right up in those pixels. I really gotta play those on stream. And also Loom. Loom, I'm waiting for my limited run games box to get here first. It's gonna be a few more months, I think. Rodimus sucked? Baltimore. I can't believe this. I was a big fan of Rodimus. Let's read from the start. Okay, great. We'll read at least these couple pages here until I get tired of reading or we get bored. Ooh, blame Rod for Optimus's fate. Interesting. The history of point-and-click adventure games. Let me see if I can get this a little bit closer here. From its humble 2D origins to recent hyper-realistic outings, the graphic adventure has been entertaining players for decades. With companies like LucasArts, Sierra, Revolution, Westwood Studios, and AdventureSoft all contributing seminal classics to the point-and-click library. Join us as we take a look back at the birth, evolution, and resurrection of a truly classic genre. Despite the relentless march of technology, it's quite rare for a video game genre to boom to the point that it becomes dominant for several years and then busts so dramatically that it all falls almost entirely out of favor. Shooters have evolved over time from crude, single-screen 2D affairs to intense and immersive first-person blasters, while the humble platformer has gone from the likes of Donkey Kong to Super Mario Odyssey, a game which willfully subverts convention in the most wonderful ways imaginable. Trends come and go, but no genre has experienced quite the same meteoric rise and fall as the point-and-click adventure. The game style rode a wave of technological advancement in the 80s by taking advantage of color displays, high-resolution graphics, and mouse-driven interfaces, before capitalizing on CD-ROM's ability to supply almost endless storage for animated cutscenes, full voice acting, and atmospheric soundtracks. However, after almost a decade of being one of gaming's most popular draws, the point-and-click adventure retreated from the limelight. Only recently has it emerged to reclaim some of its past glories in a climate which, seemingly above all else, celebrates nostalgia. The point-and-click adventure's origins lie in a related genre, the text adventure. In the early days of the industry, the average personal computer, intended for displaying screen upon screen of dull text and numbers, lest we forget, simply wasn't capable of producing the kind of images that could convince anybody that they were inhabiting another world. The solution was to use text to transport the player to other realms and realities, and a series of highly successful titles appeared, including Zork, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and Colossal Cave Adventure. Using text not only allowed developers to overcome the shortcomings of the hardware, it also enabled them to leverage the imagination of the player to conjure up dramatic scenes and tense encounters. However, it was obvious that this genre would benefit greatly from on-screen visuals to accompany the textual descriptions, and that came to pass in the early 80s, when titles like The Pawn, Mystery House, and The Hobbit skillfully fused rudimentary pictures with words to produce far more immersive experience. Mystery House was the work of husband and wife team Roberta and Ken Williams, founders of Online Systems. In spite of its incredibly basic vector-based monochrome visuals, it was a striking commercial success for the fledgling studio, earning the couple a cool $167,000 for their efforts. Off the back of this triumph, the pair would be commissioned by IBM to create a game to show off the visual capabilities of its new PC Junior system. 1984's King's Quest showcased color visuals, a pseudo-3D environment, and even an on-screen representation of the player's character, effectively laying down many of the point-and-click genre's foundations, despite lacking the one thing most players would come to directly associate with this type of game: a mouse-driven interface. Instead, King's Quest was built using Sierra's Adventure Game Interpreter, an engine which continued to use a text parser to interpret the player's intentions, with movement being controlled by directional keys on the keyboard. We have inset here. Early adventure games, such as Zork from 1980, were purely text-based. Despite its myriad problems, the parser was imperfect, and navigating the protagonist around the fake 3D space was often a frustrating affair. King's Quest sold well and is credited by many with establishing a template that would be copied by countless titles over the next few years. Despite King's Quest's success and Sierra's other forays into the world of visual adventures, it would take a technological leap of another kind to really complete the picture. Typing in text was cumbersome and broke the flow of the game, drawing the player's attention away from those eye-catching 16-color visuals. It was the 1984 release of another piece of rival hardware, the Apple Macintosh, which provided the final piece of the point-and-click puzzle. While Apple's new machine shipped with a monochrome display, it boasted a much higher screen resolution than its rivals. However, it was the machine's interface which was truly groundbreaking. It had a mouse as standard. Apple co-founder Steve Jobs is often credited with inventing the mouse, but he actually borrowed the idea from Xerox, taking the company's $300 three-button design and streamlining it into a single-button device, which costs just $15 to manufacture. Game designers wasted no time in leveraging the Mac's revolutionary control system and high-res screen to craft unique adventure titles. Silicon Beach Software led the way with 1984's Enchanted Scepters, widely credited as being the first true point-and-click adventure. But it was ICOM Simulations, founded by Todd Zipnick, who tragically passed away with Hodgkin's disease in 1991, just as his company was beginning to become financially successful, and its Mac Venture series, which really pushed the envelope. 1985's Deja Vu, A Nightmare Comes True, may have adopted a first-person viewpoint, but in all other respects, it showcased the hallmarks of the point-and-click genre: an inventory, action verbs such as examine, open, and speak, and the ability to drag and drop items. Ironically, Deja Vu found the most success on a system that was woefully inadequate for its unique interface. It was ported to the Nintendo Entertainment System in 1990 with low-resolution color visuals and a simplified control system to account for the console's lack of a mouse. Let's see, we got lots of nice screenshots here. First we have games such as The Pawn and Mystery House started to introduce graphics to accompany the text commands. So Pawn in the upper left here. And then, of course, Mystery House. Played that one on stream a while back. This person is not well. And then, extremely relevant, we have Enchanted Scepters, made in World Builder, of course, and released by Silicon Beach Software. Enchanted Scepters and Deja Vu, A Nightmare Comes True were the first Macintosh titles to introduce full mouse controls for commands. And there's Deja Vu, of course. A lovely alligator, sewer alligator. Great Scott, your way is blocked by a ferocious sewer alligator. It is heading straight for you. It looks hungry. Think fast. I still have not played Deja Vu, but I definitely will eventually. All right, my mouth's a little dry, so I think we'll stop there. But I'm going to move this bookmark So we can maybe continue this another time. Thank you, Bolt, for that redemption. Dare you to keep reading and see what happens to your mouth. Interesting challenge, but no thank you. I'll simply have to drink more water. Okay. So I think I'm going to continue to fill things in here and ponder whether or not I want to make this a bitmap. What do we... Oriole window? Is that what we figured it was called back then? Like, I would love to have shading on it, so like each of these 3 sections is shaded slightly differently. Like this side should be probably a little lighter, and then this side should be a little darker. I think I might go ahead and draw the shapes to do that, even though it's going to be... I don't think it'll be too bad. I think I can manage. How do I take my coffee? Usually I have 2 teaspoons of sugar and some oat milk creamer. For a while, I drank it with just sugar. But then I found a creamer I like, and I can go either way. Like, I think the thing is that I'm a lot pickier about the coffee if it doesn't have anything in it. So yeah, like it's just, you know, putting a little creamer in there gives you a more consistent taste. So I don't, fuss over the coffee itself as much. But yeah, I'll drink coffee almost anyway, as long as it doesn't have real milk in it. An oriel window is a form of bay window which protrudes from the main wall of a building, but does not reach to the ground. Oh, okay. So this is actually more of a bay window, because this absolutely reaches to the ground. That's interesting, because when I hear bay window, I think of what is apparently actually an oriel window. But I guess bay window is still technically correct? Okay. Ooh, we also have, like, I didn't really draw the lines for it down here, but okay. Okay, so that's all one shape. So let's add another rectangle. This is where it starts to get messy because we have some fills in here already, but we'll manage. We can do this. Okay. So now it's coming all the way down. And just thinking here. Let's go ahead and... well, no, I won't worry about that. I'm going to draw some polygons. So I basically want to draw like this left half. And we'll draw a shape that is going to get filled in but doesn't have an outline. So I need to draw it just slightly inside of this outer shape, which is not fun. But we'll see how I do. I should have gone the other way. That's okay. We'll manage. I should have turned off this fill. Oh, that's so good though. Maybe it's fine as it is. All right, let's fill this in with that maybe? Is that gonna look okay? And we get rid of the pen. Bay window seems to be the general term for a protruding window, and then it gets more specific, I guess. A bay window supported by a corbel, bracket, or similar is called an oriel window. So it's not incorrect to think of any kind of protruding window as a bay window, basically. Okay. Thank you for the window facts on Secret Crush. Oh, I managed to get that first try. Incredible. So we're going to bring all these shapes to the front. Oreo window? I think that's something else. Okay, I think I want to bring this over just a little bit more to the right. Which I already knew that. I wasn't sure if I wanted to commit to it. Okay, that's pretty good. And then, oh, I can actually maybe just copy and paste this and then flip it. Okay, I can move this out of the way, bring things to the front, and then move it back. Great. And then this side will be lighter. It's like that, maybe? Is that too much? Maybe I liked it better with both sides dark, actually? Not that one. Yeah, I think maybe that's a little better. The bay part comes from the space that is created in the interior of the room. Right. Cannot remember the possibly regionally specific name we called the window in my kitchen growing up. Oh, Hinton, I'm so disappointed that you cannot remember that. I would love to know. Hinton, thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. Appreciate it. In architecture, a bay is the space between architectural elements, or a recess or compartment. The term bay comes from Old French bay? I assume it's pronounced similar to bay, meaning an opening or hole. Nice. Okay, let's continue filling things in here. Down here, I think it's going to be this same pattern. Should these windows all be dark? Should make whole window a thing. Are all windows not holes? Is that too dark? Like in our reference, let's go back to our reference. We have like a blind, I guess, on the upper half. At least for the top story. And then on the bottom, it almost looks like there's stained glass in the top half. And then a curtain in the lower half. But like, that's too much detail, I think. So I'm just trying to figure out what we want to do instead of that, basically. So let's try some different dark fills and see if there's one that looks okay. Most windows are not holes, ideally. I mean, they're holes that are then filled with a covering. Let's try this. And maybe like that. I almost feel like we need a little more detail in the windows, but I don't think I want to commit to that unless we decide to make this whole thing a bitmap. Because otherwise it's going to be too hard to put in the details that I want to add here. Hinton says, 1, you said bottom. 2, it's nighttime in the game, though. I don't know what number 1 is referring to. I'm sure I said something incorrectly. I do that often. Is there any light on inside the house, or do you want to appear as if there is? You know what? I don't care about that matching up. When you get in the foyer, there is a light on. But it's pretty dark inside the windows in our existing close-up view, and I think that's good, actually. We can just pretend that the lights turn on when you get inside. Would maybe do pure black for the windows like you did around the door? Yeah, I don't know. It looked weird. Like, I kind of want to do... Maybe I'll try it. I kind of want to do, like... Oh, God, this is terrible. Oh, I got it so close. Okay, fine. I'll just move it down 1 pixel. Like, I kind of want to do something like that, but, you know, along all 3 of those. And then maybe something a little bit similar for the top. I think I like that. So close. The medium gray fill makes them look less like Windows IMO. Look, they're bricked up rather than being glass. Yeah, that's what I'm going for, is like shades that are not all the way down. Do you think this works? I feel like it works well enough. Vary the height. I don't, you know, this was kind of inspired by the upper story on our reference, but I can't actually tell what's going on here. Like, I don't think those are blinds. It's almost like the top half of these windows looks opaque. Like, I kind of wonder if this is like, you know, you want the appearance of a bigger window, but the whole thing is not actually a window, just to be more, cost efficient with heating and cooling or whatever. That's all I can figure, just because it looks like this is a set thing there. Actually, the outer panes would be slightly angled, wouldn't they? doing my best. It's hard to do that. Maybe they also look reflective like glass. Don't tell me that either. You're gonna... We can make this a bitmap. Should we make it a bitmap? I can do all these things if we make it a bitmap, but otherwise it's like this is already too much to deal with. Like, I can't even select these fucking shapes. Oh, come on. Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Like, could you just draw...
People can't see that.
I know people can't see that. It's important for you to understand what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, okay.
Just draw this line at a slight angle so that it sells the illusion that the window is protruding.
Yeah, I know. It's just, it's hard.
That's hard to do?
Yeah, I mean, I'll try it,
Okay.
but it's hard.
Okay.
It's
And,
a pain in the ass.
And the thing with like the reference photos, like whatever, like I'm pretty sure like those are glass in the front, and maybe from the inside they have some sort of like a thick, like a solid window treatment or whatever, and then sheer curtains from the bottom. I wouldn't even worry about what the reference photo is doing there.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you should like draw the reflections or whatever.
Sure. Thank you for your feedback. Oh, fuck.
What happened?
I cut a thing to make selecting a different shape easier, but then I forgot about all these other shapes need to be in front. Okay, we can do this. I got this. No? What? Why? Shit. Oh, that shape's different. That's a different shape. Oh, come on. Oh, I have feelings about the selection. Like, I'm not clicking on the shapes that I'm selecting at all. I'm clicking in between them. Crap. I cannot get it to select the shape I'm trying to get. Oh, gosh. This looks really good apart from the spot where I goofed it all up, though. Let's try moving this out of the way. Okay, I finally got the shape selected. Now I just got to get the rest of this selected again. Okay, I think that's everything. Okay. Oh, I missed this. Shit. Okay. There we go. Now I just gotta put this back. Oh, and bring it to front. So complicated. We're getting there. Honestly, if we get mostly done with this one scene tonight, I will be very, very happy. And I think we can manage that. Okay. I'm looking for other things I goofed up, but I think we're good. Okay, I'm going to close this now and save it because I'm very happy with what we have so far. I think that looks pretty great. Especially for World Builder vector art. Okay, so now I'm going to try to do what Unsecret Crush was suggesting down here and give an angle. So it looks like things are in proper perspective here. I'll leave that one for now. Just try this on one side. So this is complicated because now that we have all those fills, like it's really hard to see where I'm clicking with this tool. This is the polygon tool, and like it's really hard to tell where this line is going exactly. There's a lot of guesswork involved, but we'll just do our best. Like it's a very simple shape to draw, but at this point it's difficult to accomplish it. Like I can't tell if I'm at the right bottom point here. I can't tell if I'm drawing the rest of this squarely. We got pretty close. We might be able to salvage this. Okay, that looks pretty great. I'm gonna move this over here so I can see what I'm doing better. And I just wanna bring this left side, bottom left corner in a pixel. There's a little bit of a gap here, but I think we can safely not worry about that. Perfect. I'm so tempted to try to fix that gap, but it's fine. I'll screw it up. Okay, great. And then we can flip that for the other side. What about slightly varying the fill to be darker or lighter? Yeah, but like since the dark is on the inside, like I don't think that would be appropriate. But let's see what happens if I do this. Yeah, I think that just looks weird. Like if I was drawing some highlights on the glass, then varying those depending on which side would make sense, but I think that's fine as is. I'm happy with that. I'm going to try to do the same thing up here. Just be a little bit of a smaller portion. It's a little sliver of black here. Yeah. And then this part I'm a little worried about. Because these posts need to be in front of this shape. But hopefully I can manage that. James Necco, hello. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. And thank you for the compliments on my extremely normal house. I hope your adventures in Ultima 7 have been great. Okay, so we just need to bring... God, is this going to work? Let me look at this first. Oh, no. Crap. Is it... if I bring these posts to the front, then this part needs to be in front of that, and then all that stuff I just fixed needs to be in front as well. Can I do this? Can I get away with this? Is this legal? I think... Oh God, I hope I don't regret this. Okay, not quite, but easily fixable. That was so easy. Okay, great. You're welcome. Stairs we still need to do. I think... Let's save, and then I want to try something. I don't know if this will work out. So I really want the walls in this porch area to be darker, because, you know, it's got a balcony over top of it and, you know, various stuff putting it in shadow. But we're certainly not going to draw realistic shadows, so I think just making that whole wall darker would look great. So let's see if we can accomplish that without making my life too difficult. That's the big question. I think this might be doable. So there's a rectangle. Let's give that... Oop. Okay, it's got an outline already. Let's give it a fill of this. And then we can maybe just send a couple things to the back here? Is it going to be that simple? It is. Okay. Does that look good? I think that looks better. Let's get a little experimental. Let's get rid of the pen. Oh, wait. Just on the darker area. My mistake. I'm just going to see what it looks like if we do a little bit of a lazy shadow here. This is probably going to look bad, but I'm going to play with it a little. Yeah, I feel like it needs curves to it in order to not look weird. But opinions welcome. I'm thinking it looks a little bit better just all darker gray. All your image editing recommendations seem good, but now I'm trying to build a sprite from source. This was inevitable. Is there not a Mac binary available? I thought for sure there was. Or you're just building it from source for fun. That's also a possibility, I suppose. I'm looking at the website trying to answer the question I just asked you. Oh, there is a macOS binary and just in it for the funsies. Nice. Fantastic. All right, we're going to put this back how we started out, I think. Did you see Baldur's Gate 3 is on Mac now? Yes, we were talking about that earlier. And I am a little tempted by it just because everyone seems to be enjoying it so much. But as I said earlier, there are simply so many games. Okay. I'm satisfied with this. Max OSC, yes, exactly. I'm trying to decide if I want to shade any of the white details, like all these little bits, or simply leave them white. I feel like they should be a lighter color, but let's try... Let's save, and then we'll try giving them a shading. And if it looks bad, we will close without saving. Because we have so many shapes to work with. And only a single undo. It's going to be hard to... test out how this actually looks with a single change that we can undo. Oh, I can't even select this. Heck. We'll come back to that. Again, we could always make this a bitmap, and then I could really go wild with nice little highlights and stuff. But I think I'm mostly happy with it. Any thoughts on this? Is this looking better this way? I feel like maybe it does, actually. Unfortunately, there's not a great way to compare both options. Opinions? Anyone? Do I have to make all the decisions myself? I can't believe this. Oh, please let me select this shape. Please. Thank you. Let's drop a black sky in here. Spaced out, so I'm not sure what you were asking for thoughts on. I initially had a lot of these smaller shapes filled in white. And now I have filled them in with a light gray color. And I was asking for opinions on which way looked better. That's a pretty good looking house, IMO. I think I like it better this way. Thank you, Silver. I'm just taking it all in. We want to draw some lines for the steps for sure. It's a house for sure. Thank you. I'm glad you agree. Is that the house from Beetlejuice? I mean, oop. There's the A-Sprite webpage. It's not what we were looking for. This is our reference photo. Is this the house from Beetlejuice? I could not answer that question. I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure it's not, but maybe. I don't know Beetlejuice well enough. I have maybe only seen, well, I don't know that I've seen Beetlejuice all the way through ever. I'm pretty sure I've seen most of Beetlejuice at least once. Similar, but much taller. Okay. Now I have to see if that's available for Amazon Watch Party. We do actually have Amazon Prime right now. and a rare occurrence. Because I did a free trial for a specific reason and have not canceled it. Honestly, they got me with the when you have Twitch Prime Gaming, whatever they call it, you get the extended VODs, and that's been so nice, and that's why I haven't canceled it. Because I don't have to rush to highlight my streams as much. I'm a little bit mad specifically at Jeff Bezos for doing this to me. Okay, we're just deleting that sky to get it out of the way for now. We're gonna save this now because it's done. So I think we did pretty good in terms of getting this to match up with our close-up. Again, we're gonna have to change up those columns. We have lights up here in the close-up, but those are fine. Like, they're basically behind where these pillars are, so that's no big deal. That's believable, I think. So yeah, we'll just change the pillars and maybe add a suggestion of a wall over on the left side, and then I think we'll be good. Let's draw some steps here before I finish this. I'm debating whether to do just straight lines or rectangles. I think we'll just do lines. Now that I'm getting up to the top, I'm like, oh god, is this gonna work out? Like, am I gonna have a weird space at the top? I bet I am. Did not consider this. Okay, I think that's good actually. The top space is a little bit bigger, but it looks like it's just a bit of the porch there, so that's fine, I think. Please let me select the shape I want. Please. Okay, we'll cut this. We'll cut this, and then we'll fill. I think we want the steps to be a little darker. I think that works. Yeah. Okay, save. Let's do the full quit world builder to make sure it's actually saved. Paranoid version. Is that the house from The Burbs with Tom Hanks? Again, I don't know where this image is from. I think it's just a real normal house, but I don't know. Maybe. Also, hello, Grizzleby. Now y'all are making me wonder. This photo is labeled, small Victorian mansion in France. Since it's not labeled house from The Burbs, probably not. But for all I know, things were filmed in this house. No promises. Okay. So let's look at this again real quick. We're not going to mess with this yet. But yeah, that's not bad. This will work. Just need some little adjustments. Totally fine. Okay, so now back to our reference. We are going to have a path. I don't think it'll look like a fancy brick path like this just because that's a challenging detail to accomplish. But we will have a path that goes up to the house. And then, like, I think in this photo, there's a path off to the left and right. We want to make it more obvious that there's a path to the left here around the side of the house because we have a screen over here that you can go to. And then we'll want to make it more obvious that there's not a path to the right. So, like, we'll just have some... I'll start by just having some grass shapes here. And then I think we'll try putting in a few larger bushes. I'm trying to think of... like if I want this tall, pointy shape or just small round ones or what. We'll figure it out. From Googling, the Tom Hanks Burbs house is a different kind of Victorian, much bigger. Okay. Coming back to this, I feel like my upper story ended up too small. I'm not worried about it. I'm certainly not going to try to fix it. But that is a little bit of a shame. It's fine. Figured it was unlikely an 80s Tom Hanks vehicle was filmed in France. Thank you for the thanks, Hinton. And it looks a lot... It looks like it was, in fact, filmed on the Universal Studio lot. Ah, yeah. Okay. So, how are we going to do this? We could use the freehand tool. We could use our old buddy, the polygon tool. It's a tricky choice. Tom Hanks can go to France. This is true, yes. Oh, you can take a tour at the park and see it. Nice. Let's try the freehand tool for once. We don't use it much, so let's see if we can accomplish anything with it. Probably not, but you never know. Oh, I guess I didn't want to do that. I've already goofed up. Part of the question here I'm trying to figure out is, do I want the edge of this to be like perfectly straight, or do I want it to be a little rough? Like, I guess ultimately the question I'm trying to answer is this path a paved or brick path, or is it a dirt path? I guess it seems like this is a pretty fancy house, so it would probably be paved. Curious what I did over here. Okay, so this is definitely a dirt path coming around the side. Okay. At some point this year, I was certain I was going to finish this game this year. I'm a little bit starting to wonder now. I might be doing art for this game for the rest of this year and beyond. But anything could happen, I suppose. All right, let's try to do this with the polygon tool. How much of an angle do I want here? Oh, and then how far back does this shape go? This is all grass, so I guess this should go back to wherever we want the horizon line to be, which is... probably around here? Seems believable. And then I guess we'll use our... Was it that one or the other one that we used the most? I think we've used both for grass patterns. I feel like that horizon is too low. I was trying to look at the photo, but of course the horizon is all covered up. A lot of this is going to get covered up as well, but I want to try to get it roughly where I want it. Ooh, Unsecret Crush says, I have to fact check myself slightly. I have never seen The Burbs. The original house was wrecked by the end of filming, but then rebuilt in the Colonial Street area of the Universal backlot to be used for other productions, such as Desperate Housewives. Thank you for the Universal filming facts on Secret Crush. You've had so many facts for us this evening. I appreciate it. All right, let's reshape this and just bring these up a little bit. Picture might be spoilers for The Burbs, a movie from 1987. Noted. I'm gonna look at it anyway. I feel like I've maybe seen that on TV or something. Wow, they really fucked that up, huh? It is definitely like a kind of similar overall shape to it. I can certainly see why someone might look at our house here and think, is that the house from The Burbs? But it's not quite the same. Excuse me, 89. Noted. That movie is on my sister's top 3 list. Wow. Do you know what other movies are on her top 3 list? Two other movies. Got it. And Secret Crush says, I have a vague recollection of going on the studio tour and hearing about how the neighborhood set was being used for Desperate Housewives at the time or somewhat recently. I'm going to close this window and peek at our other scenes that have grass in them. I just want to think about how we want the grass to look here. So Bus Stop has grass around it. Okay, so we've used the pattern we just had on there for the darker part here. And then up front here. Honestly, I don't know that I put a ton of thought into this, but I think my kind of thought is that this closer area is more like either worn down grass or maybe just dirt. Whereas this is straight up grass back here. Okay, let's look at other scenes. Library. I think here, yeah, we use the darker one. Interesting. Okay. I can't tell you all of them or you'll be able to steal her bank account. That's true. Don't want to doxx your sister. Also remember, it was near Halloween and they were in the middle of setting up the nighttime horror-themed version of the studio tour, so there was just like a random flayed corpse dummy hanging from a tree in broad daylight. That's lovely. Totally normal house. I think that's maybe worse. It just clashes more with the shading on the house, I feel like. So we'll stick with this lighter one for now. It's going to look a little different once we put some bushes and stuff in here, so... You know, I just had a realization. I'm going to delete this. I should have just made a big rectangle. And then the path... We'll do the rectangle later. The path should be a shape. I knew that was going to happen. Okay, let's move this up so we can try to get a similar angle on both sides. I think that's very close, but I'm going to be fussy and measure. Okay. Just bump this out another pixel or two. Good. And then what kind of fill do we want for this path? That's pen. We don't want to change the pen. That's not terrible. I thought it was worth trying. I don't like it, I don't think. That just looks weird because it's not in any sort of perspective at all. It's almost acceptable, but I don't think I like it. That's probably about right. Let's get our grass back in here. Okay, so now we can see how the path contrasts with the grass, and I think that's probably pretty good. Let's maybe try some other options. Oh, I changed the pen. That's not what I want. Maybe I like that. Okay. And then we need to indicate this path going along the side, which is not paved. Oh, this is going to look terrible. There, great, perfect. Nailed it. Let's look at the next scene again for comparison. So that's twisty little path. Okay. So I think the direction I had it following is about right. Just need to draw it better. I just need to make it not look bad. It's tricky because the perspective means it's going to look narrower along this direction than it does going back. Make the bushes in the other tool and just layer it on? What do you mean, Efton? Do you mean make them bitmap? But yeah, we will be adding those in. I just want to get these paths down first. Yeah, I'm not sure how to do the bushes. I don't know what is going to come out the best. I want to make them slightly more detailed, but not too detailed. And I'm not sure the best way to accomplish that. I feel like keeping them as vectors, just putting a little more work into them is probably the way to go. But bitmap is certainly an option. Okay, let's try this again. So the main thing I'm struggling with here is what does this path look like as it meets up with this, I guess, cement path that we have here. Maybe it should simply, you know, run straight into it, and then we'll bring the other path in front of it. I probably should have turned off the fill pattern on the grass before drawing this, but if this attempt turns out bad, I'll do that. That's definitely better. We're improving. So let's send it back. Send this to back. Okay. That's kind of what I was attempting to do. I think maybe it should come back to the left more. Let's get rid of this fill. I think I'm going to leave this here for reference, since some of it is close to what I want. More detailed even though they're farther away, or you mean in the close-up scene? Oh yeah, I meant I'm not happy with any of the bushes in the game right now. The bushes on the side of the house and the bushes in the library scene, I think, are both not up to my current standard of graphics for this game. Yeah, definitely the ones in this scene will be less detailed. Well, I'm not sure. Maybe, probably a little less detailed. Yeah, I gotta spruce up the shrubbery, exactly. Okay. Polygon. I think I would prefer if the greenhouse is not visible in this view, but I don't know if we'll be able to cover it entirely without it looking awkward. Okay, I think that's a little bit closer. we might be able to tweak it to get what we're after. I think so. Honestly, that might be good. Let's tweak this bit up here too. Maybe that needs to be a little more narrow back there. I think you could reasonably assume the angle is different enough in this view that you wouldn't see the greenhouse. Yeah, I mean, just the main problem is the way this path is going, like... I feel like we need to block it with a tree or something. I suppose another option is I could, like right now I have it centered on the main part of the house. I could center it, I could center the whole thing more, so that like the space from here to here is the same as here to here. And then that would allow me to have this path go more off screen. But I kind of like the doorway being dead center and the path being right in the middle. You're thinking the end of the path was going to curve the other way. Yeah, like that's what originally what I was doing, but I felt like it looked a little weird. So I think I'm just going to try to do a tree here. I think I can pull that off in a way that looks good. And I do want to give the impression of some trees around here. So we'll try that, and if it doesn't work out, then we'll consider other options. Anyway, I think that looks pretty good. Let's get our grass pattern back in here to see how it looks. Bring this horizon line down a little more. I wish I could set the background color of the window without putting a shape back there. Because, no, let's go ahead and draw a rectangle. I just want to see how this looks so far. But then I think we'll have to delete it to make selecting things easier. Pretty good. Let's get some trees in here and bushes and stuff. So, how to draw a tree? Let's try the old freehand tool. Just because I want something kind of more like this, like more irregular. That's not terrible. I feel like that tool might be a better choice than the polygon tool for drawing a tree. Trying to figure out how I want this positioned exactly. Something like that. And then what fill should it be? Maybe that? Probably. So I want it to be dark, but it can't be black or it'll get lost in the background. I think I can do a little bit better with this shape. Let's try it again. I feel like it kind of altered the path I drew. Like it maybe smoothed it out somewhat. Could be wrong. Which shape am I selecting? Okay, I think I successfully got the old shape. Let's try flipping this. Oh. Can we only flip horizontally? What happens if I do this? Don't think. Sometimes doing that will like flip a shape, but I don't think it is in this case. Interesting. All right, I think I'm kind of okay with that, more or less. I'm definitely not 100% happy with it, but I think maybe it's all right for now. We need a little bit of some branches, I think. Maybe just that. Ah, heck. Okay, there we go. I kind of wish that was all one shape. I think I'm gonna do a polygon attempt here for the whole thing. I mean, that's layered on top of our old shape, but I think maybe it looks worse overall. That's tough. Let's see if we can just... Ooh, that's so many points. Oh god. I'm just gonna try to bring down this part of it to create a branch coming off the side here. I guess that's fine. I don't know. It's bothering me for reasons. Okay, that bothers me slightly less. I think probably a lot of it is I need to fill in more of this with other like I think once I get some bushes down here on both sides, it'll help it look less weird. Okay, so what do I want the bushes in front to look like? Pointy or round? The two types of bush, pointy and round. We could maybe do some round bushes on this side and then like a row of pointy ones in front of the porch on this side. That might look kind of nice. What about cube? Sure. There's cube. Yeah. Not for this, though. A valid option. Fill sky black. That'll change how you look at it as well. Yeah, I keep... anytime I fill it in, I kind of need to delete it just so I have a place to click to deselect things. But let's take a look at it again real quick. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Okay, so do I try the freehand tool again? I don't know. Why is it so hard to draw bushes and trees? And then another one kind of in front of that. Maybe, is that good? Is that bad? Let's shrink this up a tiny bit. I feel like this one's too big. Thank you, Hinton. Terrible. Yeah? Is it good? And I think this is tricky. I think I want to do some either shadows or highlights on the bushes. Successfully built Aseprite from source. Happy software to me. Congratulations. I feel like my experience with building things from source is it takes most of a day. Definitely, I feel like I would be surprised if I managed to accomplish that in as short a time as you just did. Let's see, I've built ScumVM from source. That was an ordeal. Mostly because the instructions didn't seem to be quite right. What else have I built? Shoot. I'm trying to remember something specifically I did in a Windows VM or something but I can't. Like, I can... Like, this is a dumb thing my brain does. Like, I can kind of picture what it looked like when I was doing it, but I can't remember. You know, it was all text I'm looking at, so, like, being able to picture it a little bit isn't helpful. But there's definitely something else I've built from source and struggled with a lot. I had the benefit of having done this previously on another system. Ah, that does help, yes. ScumVM I could not get to build. Ooh, interesting. Honestly, at the time I was doing it, I was like, I should write up my process for this, which, you know, was basically an edited version of what was on their website, but I never did that, and now the information is probably lost to time. It's possible I made some notes, though. OBS? Oh, yeah, I did build OBS. I'm surprised you remembered that. Why the hell did I build OBS? To try out some early version of something. But I feel like they've always had builds of that. Maybe I didn't realize there were builds, or I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, I think maybe the changes I wanted to try out weren't incorporated into the daily builds yet. I built OBS from source to get the browser plugin. Interesting. Just walked in the stream room one day, asked what you were doing, and said you were building OBS. Yeah, I mean, for sure. All right, these bushes. Let's try doing some shadows on these bushes. Freehand or polygon? The eternal choice. Let's freehand it. I feel like I want to get more jaggedy on the inside shadow parts of these. Yeah, more like that. I think that's pretty decent. Bring to front. Is that an alright looking bush? Maybe the black is too dark. We want one of these grays, maybe? Yeah, let's get rid of that outline, though. I think something like that. ScumVM I built from source. I was determined. I wanted to. There's like a special build of it that speedrunners use. I think I saw someone comment recently that it's not necessary anymore, but at least at the time, speedrunners were using a special build that let you run at a much faster speed, which, you know, is comparable to how you would run the actual game on a fast computer, you know. Whereas normally ScumVM throttles things to help reduce bugs, which is normally what you want. But I really wanted to be able to use that version. Why did I do that? And run it natively on my Mac. So I was quite determined to be able to do that. And eventually I did. And that's how I did my Kernel's Bequest runs. It was all worthwhile. I wonder if I'm still the number 4 Kernel's Bequest runner. Probably. I can't imagine new people go for that terribly often. Tried to build ScumVM for iPads, probably why I failed so hard. Yeah, I actually did that too. I feel like I had an easier time with that, for whatever reason. but I did have some difficulty. There's actually a test flight that might still be open. Shoot. It's not even a browser. ScumVM test flight. The new version, they're working on a new version, and it's greatly improved. Dang it, I want the link. Give me the link. Google, why you do this to me? Maybe this has a link. Anyway, just Google ScumVM test flight, and it's probably the top result. Yeah. With the test flight, you don't need a developer account either, so that's definitely the way to go. I was very impressed with the current build for iPad. What I really want out of ScumVM for iPad, I would like to be able to connect a keyboard with the little trackpad, like Apple's keyboard has a little trackpad on it, and basically use it as a mini laptop, a tiny little laptop for adventure games. And I think currently it works pretty well, except I couldn't get the arrow keys to work. I should really send a bug report to make sure they are aware of that issue. They probably are, but couldn't hurt to make sure. Hopefully they can get that fixed, because that would be ideal to me. So like if you're playing a fully point and click game, it works great. But if you're doing something like an early Sierra game where you would move around with the arrow keys, that doesn't quite work right. But I assume that will eventually be available on the App Store, as long as Apple isn't jerks about it for some reason. So that's exciting. So bushes on the right side. I talked about trying to do pointy bushes, so let's give that a shot. My dumbass doesn't know what it means to build an app from source, but I like to imagine it's like you bought a bucket of unlabeled Legos and a random set manual. Yeah, that's honestly not a terrible comparison. Basically, it means that you download the source code, as opposed to, you know, an actual like complete app. Like if you're just downloading a binary, that's like a thing you can just run on your computer. But the binary is built from the source code. So basically you download the source code and then you run some commands on your own computer. Often you have to download what are called dependencies, which is basically other software that is used by the program. And then once you have everything, you can run some commands and get your own binary. Generally, you would do that because you want it to run on a computer that there isn't an existing version for, or if you want to make some changes, like you want to actually edit the source code in some way to create a, you know, adjusted version of it. Hopefully that was a reasonable explanation that kind of makes sense. Or IKEA furniture, yes. Oops, what did I just do? Undo. I'm trying to follow, but I think I'm too much of a computer's dummy. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's any way I could have simplified that further, but I can't really think of anything. I mean, ultimately, you're just building your own version of the app. As opposed to simply downloading it. That's a little better, I think. Maybe I also want some darker grass over here. Let's see what that looks like. I guess if there isn't a version of the app that does what you want already, how do you make it do that is what I don't get. Oh, well, in that case, well, if there's not a version that runs on your computer, then simply building it from source could potentially accomplish that. In some cases, you might have to make changes to the code to get it to run on your computer. But if you want to actually make the app behave different in some way, then you would modify the source code in some way. And exactly what that means depends entirely on what you're trying to accomplish. I don't know how to explain it any better than that without getting into details of programming, I guess. Do you have to add your own code to do something the ready-made version doesn't? Yes, or at least change it a little bit. Depending on exactly what you're trying to accomplish. Hinton says it's like if every computer could make Big Macs, but also you could stick already made Big Macs in there. Yes, that is a good explanation, Hinton. Thank you. I agree, it's much better than mine. James Necco says, in my case, the prepackaged version of OBS for my Debian system, okay, didn't come with the browser source plugin. Got it. It's one of the optional extras. So I got the source for OBS and built my own with it enabled. That makes sense. Okay, I'm going to try to tweak this a little bit. I don't quite like how it turned out. I cannot see what I'm doing, but I'll do my best. For me, it's a case of, there's a harder way for me to do things on a computer? Sign me up. Fantastic. Also a valid reason. I don't know if I like that, but I also don't dislike it. Let's maybe try a different color. I'm trying to make things darker around the edges here. I'm just going to delete it for now. Actually, let's try this. I'm just going to freehand it real quick. Every time I look at the scene now, I'm going to hate the rest of the art in the game, I think. But I'm already familiar with this feeling, so it's fine. Yeah, that works. Do I want some darker areas on this tree? I guess I feel like there should be, probably. Since I did it with the bushes. I think I'm happy with that. Yeah, it looks weird. Give it another shot. 2 a.m. Jeez. I guess I did start extra late today. Going to have to stop. 2 a.m. too late. Well, I appreciate you hanging out, 6-7. Hope you sleep well. And have a good weekend, too. This is bothering me, but I don't know how to fix it. Maybe just move it around. Honestly, that helped. Just wiggle it until it's right. Exactly. Let's save. We haven't done that in a while. All right, now the other side. Finally to the other side. Let's try drawing a pointier bush here and see how we feel about it. We got a little lopsided, but that's probably just realistic. In the essence of experimentation, let's... Oh, we don't have a line on that. Let's get a line on that. And let's just do a very quick shadow area. Oops, I deselected it. Okay, and then I'm just gonna copy these two shapes and duplicate them to try out some different options here. Like we could have a row of these tall pointy guys along the right of this path. That's not bad. Or we could have, I was originally thinking like going this way. I think maybe the other way is better. Oh no, I'm actually not sure. I might like that better. Either way, I think I'm gonna put a little bit more in here, like maybe a tree. Maybe a tree we can actually see the trunk of that comes up here. I'm going to take another quick break. If anyone has any opinions on our pointy bush orientation, please share. Okay, hello, I have returned, and the best news is I got a nice cold ginger beer now. And I think I like this orientation of bushes best. Although, let's try the other way real quick one more time. It's a little more rough, but I just wanna... Excuse me. Okay, yeah, I definitely prefer the other way. Okay, so I'm gonna... This bush is fine, but I want to redo the shadow part of it. I'm just thinking about lighting. I have on the bushes on the left, I have the light source coming from the right. I think I'm inclined to... Like, we have a little bit of light. It's not really shown here, but there is a little bit of light coming from the porch lights. And I guess I feel like it'll look a little more dramatic if the light is coming from the center. And it's not like I've ever been super realistic about lighting in any of this, so... Oops. Thank you, Tom. Connery, hello, hello. Done lurking as I just finished Sea of Stars. Nice. Did you enjoy Sea of Stars? Maybe a black back. Yeah, we're gonna do a black background in the sky once we're done here. Fantastic video game. Nice. Glad to hear. Okay, so now I'm going to draw 2 more of these. Instead of copy and paste, I want them all to look a tiny bit different. So we'll freehand each one. Oop, that was bad. Might be one of my top 3 RPGs. Wow. Ooh. What are my top 3 RPGs? That's a difficult question. I don't know. I have a hard time thinking of like that kind of list. Like, what are your favorite anything? Just like I need to like look at a list of games I've played or something. Like, I don't know, for whatever reason it's hard for me to like conjure that information. Offhand, I know that Final Fantasy VIII is way up there. I think that's my favorite Final Fantasy overall. Pretty sure about that. I'm trying to think of like non-Final Fantasy RPGs that I've enjoyed, and I'm drawing a complete blank. I know there are other ones. I cannot think of any right now. Silver says 8 is one of Kia's favorites. 10 still has a special place in my heart, but 14 is probably my favorite due to the expansions. Yeah, I like 10 a lot as well. I really enjoyed 12, the one that everyone hated. I think ultimately I liked the characters a lot. And like I wasn't as bothered by the stuff that people disliked as most people were. Colin has had so much that my first dance with my wife at my wedding was Eyes on Me from Final Fantasy VIII. Yeah, that's great. Efton says, oh, the one you'd enjoy is Baldur's Gate 3. Silver says, I didn't dislike 12, I disliked Vaughn. That's fair. I don't remember having a particularly strong dislike of Vaughn. I think I kind of appreciated him for what he was, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty good. And we'll just do one more in the background here. Everything else about 12 beyond the combat system was great. The combat was fine, but not great. Vaughn is just some guy. Pinello, that's all. Yeah, Pinello's great. There was also a DS offshoot of that shit. Something Wings? That I enjoyed a lot. Revenant Wings. Okay. Thank you. It was okay? Oh, I just remembered, speaking of DS games, an RPG I enjoyed a lot was Crimson Shroud. I really dug the style of it, which was like going for like a tabletop RPG style, like God, I need to look at a screenshot of it to make sure what I'm picturing in my head is accurate. Yeah, like you had little pieces like your guys are little figures and shit, and I think they had like, you know, rolling physical dice. It was a neat little game. Yeah, I did play it. That's why I'm saying I liked it. And I still have it on my Carry Pammy Pammy DS. Isn't that game impossible to get now or some shit? Yeah, like it was a eShop only release. So if you didn't buy it, you're out of luck at this point. It's part of a series of games. What was that called? I always forget. Guild series. Kind of a weird generic name, so no wonder I always forget. Compilation of video games produced by Level 5 for the Nintendo 3DS in cooperation with various game designers. The first compilation, Guild 01, consists of 4 games and was released at retail in Japan. Oh, I didn't know there was a retail release in Japan. In the US, they were only on the eShop, so that's why you can't buy them anymore. Another one of the first group of games I really liked was Liberation Maiden. It was like a... oh, right, it was a Grasshopper game. I kind of forgot that. But it's like fly around in a ship and shoot stuff. You know, shooter game. It was just neat. Oh, Weapon Shop de Omas is a fantasy rhythm RPG written by Yoshiyuki Hirai, in which the main characters are a father and son pair who craft weapons for heroes. I can't remember if I ever bought that game. God, I hope I did. I know I never played it, but I hope I bought it. I probably didn't. But that seemed like such a neat concept for a game. I remember seeing a game case for Revenant Wings in our house. Yeah. I bought it. Okay. Oh, got the wrong window. Bring to front. Okay. I was about to say I'm not super happy with the shape of this last one, but I'm okay with it. And now I'm just trying to decide if that's true. Am I actually okay with it? I'm gonna redo it. Gotta go do food readying things, but I have fun making midnight houses. Thank you very much, Hinton. I hope your food readying goes great. Let's bring this over here where I can see it better. And let's just kind of... Oh, okay, no. Let's just start over. I'll just draw it up here. I wish there was an option to, like, turn down the number of points the freehand tool gets me. It's just like, you know, obviously it's trying to make it as accurate as possible, but that's just too many points. I would like half of that at most, just so it's easier to manually adjust. Really want to get this scene done tonight. We're so close. I'm gonna redo this. Command F, is that? Man, there's too much of the lighter color down here. It keeps happening. Yeah, that's all right. So often, for a snack, while I'm taking a break from streaming, I have a granola bar. Usually I have anywhere between 1 bite to half of a granola bar, which is like 2 or 3 bites for me. Today, in a rare occurrence, I have eaten my entire granola bar. My first long break, I ate all but 1 bite, and then I just had the last bite. I just wanted to share this exciting information with everyone. Bring to front. Okay. I don't like the way the tops of these are just like hitting the same point as the top of this railing. So I'm going to bump them up a little bit, I think. Otherwise, these look pretty great, IMO. That's better. And then I want to do a little bit of this darker grass shading. Thank you, Afton. I appreciate it. Quite an accomplishment, I think. New personal best. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. Good. Good, 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 good. I almost asked, should we actually have like a moon in this scene? And while that might look cool, no, absolutely not. This is not night. This is a dark void. And that's important. So we cannot have a moon or stars or anything like that. I still think I want to draw a tree in the upper right here, but let's get our black background in again and see how this looks overall. I'm a little tempted to just say that's great as it is. With the cables over here. It's a normal house, totally normal. I think I'm going to try drawing the tree that I planned. Thank you, James. We'll see how the tree comes out. If I struggle with it too much, or if it seems like it's not really adding anything, then we'll just abandon it. Excuse me. Let's see. I'm just trying to figure out where the bottom of this tree is exactly. Where is it growing out of? Is it back here more? Maybe? Let's draw some branches first, and then we'll do the leaves. I'm not going to worry about making this perfect just yet. What I like about it is how normal it is. Thank you for saying so, Unsecret Crush. Okay. Is that too much leaf, or is it just enough? Is it exactly the amount of leaf we want? Let's see. Send it back. When was the last time I saved this? Okay, I do kind of like the way this is working out. Let's try a darker color for that. I would love to see some of the branches poking through, but I feel like if I put this behind, yeah, that doesn't look right. Oops. Okay, let's add some shading. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Don't move the window. Okay. We like the window where it is. Okay, I think I like the way this is turning out, so let's redraw the trunk a little bit better. It's not too bad, but I think I can do better. And I think I won't bother to draw the branches going all the way up like I had them. Let's see, how can I do this best? Maybe we'll just kind of have this come down here and not worry about the bottom of it. One more try. Yeah. This got a little narrower than I meant it to. Does it have a... Oh, there's no outline. Okay, that actually helps. Yeah. Am I gonna regret this? Probably. Okay, no, actually. Perfect. Okay, I like that a lot. I'm not entirely sold on this here. I think maybe that's a better pattern. Makes it the same as this path, which I kind of don't like that because this is meant to be a dirt path and this is meant to be more of a probably cement path, but I think that's okay. What if we did... Oh, that's not bad actually. It's kind of nice. Yeah. We did it? It's a pretty normal house. Doesn't get much more normal than that. You're in front of a totally normal house. There's a walkway north leading up to the porch. A path winds west around the side of the house. I'm just trying to decide if we want to say more than that. Maybe not. Maybe that's all we need to say. Oh no. Oh god. Oh, I completely forgot about the drop zone for items. Completely forgot about this. Oh. It's gonna look weird when we drop some of the items. Oh god. I'm gonna try to not let it bother me, because most world builder games don't worry about this at all. Like, just you'll drop an item and it's like floating in the air. Like y'all saw Swamp Witch, stuff was all over the place. It didn't match the size or perspective of where you're dropping it. Like even the like super polished world builder games generally do not worry about this at all. Afton, no, don't say that. They're gonna look fine. They're gonna look great. So here's how they all look here. You know, it's pretty good. It's fine. It's fine, right? That's fine. It's not... It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. The scale's just a tiny bit off. I can maybe tweak some things so that, like, this here is the worst. This could look a little better if all this stuff was moved down slightly. Yeah, James, that's what I keep trying to tell myself. Are people going to regularly be dropping items out here, other than delivery drivers? I think most people will not drop things very much, which is why I've been trying to not worry about it so much. But like the perfectionist in me is like, you can do it. Some people might do it. So we want to make it look at least decent if they do it. So that's kind of how I feel here. Like, the scale difference bothers me, but I can live with that. The weird overlapping is something I would like to try to fix. I'm also wondering if maybe we could, like, if I make this path come out more, then it'll be more like the area of the screen closest to us, like items there should be bigger. So maybe that'll like help it a little bit. I don't know. And then I could also just kind of move all the dropped items a little bit down from where they are. I think that would help also. It's very frustrating that I forgot about that until we were completely done with the art. Another thing I could maybe do is move everything up a little bit more, just so again the closest portion of the bottom here is closer to you. But I think it's okay. I think mostly I should just get over it. Players doing what designers think they never do. A book by LL Cool Mike. Yep. It's me. And there's our path. This looks quite plain in comparison now, but I got some new tricks up my sleeve, so I think we can make it look great without too much effort. And again, like this part of the house, like we just need to bring this this line here, I can't think of the right thing to call this detail, but we need to bring that around the side and then maybe put a window or something on the side just to give it a little detail. Actually, I wonder, I feel like maybe a house like this wouldn't have a window on the side, but maybe I'm just making things up. It's a house for ants. And then we'll definitely improve the bushes here, now that we have pro bush drawing skills. I think the greenhouse is fine. Yeah. Okay. Hello, FIFO. All right. Yeah, like here, I did a stronger perspective, which I think helps. I mean, also everything's much closer to begin with. Let's try tweaking that path. Is this from the Trev to the Rescue soundtrack? I don't believe there are any Trev songs on here. Let me check what this is. This is from the Funk Grooves to Make Love to Your Old Workstation 2. Excuse me. Let's see. 1924. So this is... Oh, it is Trev to the Rescue. Good ear. I didn't think that was on here. Nice. This is specifically the Front Yard song. I should have realized that. I was so sure there weren't any Trev songs on here. Yeah, if anyone did not see on Discord, I did manage to find the artist that did the music for Trev to the Rescue. Stuart Johnston is his name. And I Googled Stuart Johnston and I'm like, oh my God, there are so many people with this name. But, you know, I figure, okay, we'll add Australia musician to my search and that'll narrow things down. And that did help. However, there's still more than one Stuart Johnston musician in Australia. In fact, the one that came up the most was, what was the instrument? I can't remember what instrument he plays, but I was like, this could be the guy, but like the vibe doesn't feel right. It seemed like a very like someone who's into like classical music, like, you know, fancy stuff. So I kept digging through the search results and finally I found a guy that's like a multi-instrumentalist. So like, you know, he plays the drums, he plays guitar, various other instruments, keyboard. So like, you know, this is a guy who could conceivably have recorded all of the Trev to the Rescue music by himself because he's the only one given a credit in the game for the music and sound effects. And then I'm looking at the photos and he's just like, he totally has the vibe of a guy that, you know, would have recorded this type of music for a game like that. So I sent him a short email just to see if I had the right guy, and sure enough, it was totally him. So I'm gonna get back to him, and mostly like I would love to like pay him for like higher quality copies of the recordings or something if he has them. I don't know if that's likely, but it would be great if we could get those. I assume we're probably not going to have any success with actually getting him to release the soundtrack, especially on vinyl, but we'll do what we can. Years of learning songs on guitar from listening to them has turned me into Human Content ID. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, let's try to tweak this a little bit. So it would help if I moved the bushes around, but I don't know if I want to. Can I just duplicate a whole scene? Can I just copy and paste this as a backup? I can. It's funny that I never thought of that, because that's really useful. Okay, so if I goof this up real bad, we can always go back. Should do a guitar restoration stream when I can get the parts to do it. Oh, that'd be interesting. That reminds me, I got out my guitar the other day. Just to play around with it a little, and I was trying to tune it, and I broke one of the strings. I was kind of thinking I should just replace them all anyways. They've been on there for years. So I went to Guitar Center. And you know, like I know what a package of strings look like. I got the same ones for years, right? So I'm like, I'll just look for that package, and those are the strings I want, and I'm good, right? You dumbass! They've changed the design. It's been so many years, so of course they look nothing alike. And there's just this whole shelf full of guitar strings, and I was so bewildered by it. It was wild. Like, they all seem like they couldn't possibly have a full set of strings. I don't know if each one was like a single string. Like, they seemed too expensive to be a single string, but they were all labeled in ways that were just bewildering to me, like just different numbers on them and stuff. And each one was like a different color, and I had no idea what the fuck I was looking at. But then finally I look over to my left, and there's an end cap with like a bigger box that says 3 sets on it. So I'm like, oh, okay, there we go. 3 full sets of strings. That's perfect. I was already planning to buy 2, so. So at that point I had to choose between the orange package, which was regular, shit. Like, they basically like regular thin strings. Like, thin is the wrong word, but I can't think of the right word. Or like super thin strings, which was purple. And I kind of thought the package I had at home was purple, but I went with the orange, and I got the right ones, the same strings I'm used to. So I did finally find them. And even the orange was the same color on the box I'm used to. I still don't understand what all those boxes of strings were. But now I never have to know. Ernie Ball string packs look the same as they did 30 years ago. Ah, okay. See, I've never bought Ernie Ball. I was looking at those. The ones I buy are Didario. I think that's right. Something like that. Play with those telephone pole strings because I have big hands. Ah, okay. I have absolutely none calluses at this point. So even playing an electric guitar is a little uncomfortable at this point. but I'll get there. Did RER fine? Yeah, like I never had any complaints with them, so. Although I did break them a fair bit, but I figured that's probably not the string's fault. So this does get wider. I don't know that that's really doing anything useful. So if we move this over here more, that would help a little bit. And then we can move all these up a teeny bit more. Just don't have room to pull the guitar out and play. Ah, bummer. I have a Behringer half stack in the living room, just no room to jam. This looks okay. I'm worrying that I've made the art look a little bit worse for not a good enough reason. Oh, actually we can open up the other one for comparison. Yeah, that looks better. I'm just going to change it back, and I think I'll tweak the placement of the items. Probably off stream. Yep. Like the tree? Thank you. The guitar I'm thinking of restoring is a 2001 reissue of the Gibson 67 Flying V Cherry Red. Nice. It sounds... Sounds cool. Nice, nice, nice. I have, I don't know that I know the full name of it. It's a Les Paul, like a sunburst is probably the right word. Like orange to red, like orange in the center that fades out to red. It's a pretty nice guitar, I think. Yeah. Served me well over the years. All right, what are we doing now? I guess we're done. We can delete this now, right? Let me double check that I didn't goof anything up here. Yeah. We're all good. Cut. There we go. So next time we'll work on the storefront, which I'm excited about. Let's look at... that's another one where I grabbed some art or some reference materials for already. So let's see. I don't have a single storefront photo that I love, but this might be my favorite. But this is kind of the vibe I'm gonna go for. Just like a, an old building that, very clearly looks closed up. Because it's not gonna be something you can go into. And then we'll have a vending machine out front that is at least somewhat operational. Let's see what else I got here. This is just a bunch of search results. Adventure Josh, hello, good to see you. The game's coming along pretty well. Right now we're just going over some reference photos for a scene we'll do next time I stream this. A little storefront. Oh, this building is great. I don't know if it's really what I'm going for, but this building was too good to not share on stream. I love this. I love everything about it. The art on the side here, Mickey and Minnie and Tweety Bird, the candy store lettering. I love that it's like, this looks like a house that they just fucking added a storefront onto, which is wild. And then I found, yeah, these completely different photos of the same house, house / storefront, which is great. Can Photoshop kick out a decent 1-bit dither of an image these days, or are you drawing them? I'm pretty sure it could. I don't know how well it would do on its own, but I am drawing everything by hand. Let's see, let's switch back and I can, I'll give you a little tour of the place. I wanted to do everything in, so first I should say we're working in a program called World Builder from 1986 for the original Macintosh. So I wanted to use period appropriate tools to make everything. So I've been trying to draw as much of the art as possible in World Builder itself. It has some vector drawing tools that are clunky but serviceable. And then I have occasionally used Mac Paint to do bitmap drawings in. And then we can paste those into World Builder. I think you showed World Builder a bit before. Yeah, I've been working. This is the 27th stream, so I'm sure you've stopped by before. But here's our start screen. And then today we worked on this is next time's job, our storefronts. And today we did this totally normal house. We previously had this view of the house, which we need to now update to match our zoomed out view a little bit. But I wanted to have a nice full view of the house before you get to the close-up. And then we've got lots of other areas here. Let's see, we can go in the house. The interior of the house is maybe a little more modern than the outside, but that's okay. Got a bathroom, flush the toilet. We got a little upstairs here. Can cheat and go in this other room where we have our little cat friend Brisket. Can have a little conversation with Brisket. Get a nice close-up. That close-up was one of the things we've done in Mac Paint. But yeah, that gives you kind of an idea of what we're going for. So let's see. Let's add a couple more images here. So here's some vending machines. This is like a real fancy vending machine. I don't think that's what I want to go for, but I do kind of appreciate the look of it. And like this kind of like super fancy modern vending machine in front of this like older, rusty, possibly closed down building is kind of a fun juxtaposition. So that's a little tempting. And then here's another kind of similar situation. Oh yeah, and then I saved the search for old Pepsi machine, which is kind of what I was originally picturing, is maybe something like this. Or possibly, like, to me, this is like a classic Pepsi vending machine of my youth. It definitely won't be an actual Pepsi machine. It just seemed like a good starting point to me. But yeah. That'll be next time, which I think is going to be a little while from now, maybe. So my current plan is that next week we will start playing Perfect Tides, a game by Meredith Gran. That was a Kickstarter from a while back. I played a little bit of it on stream at one point, and then I was like, I'm going to keep the rest of this for myself, selfishly play it off stream so that I can just, enjoy it on my own time. But I have not done that. I did play a little bit of it at one point, and finally got past the part of the game I was struggling with. But then I barely played any more than that, just because it's so hard for me to find time for games when I'm not streaming. So I think I'm just going to stream it. I think it's well past time that I've played it. The sequel is currently in the works. So I want to make sure I finish it before that comes out. And I think it'll be a fun game to stream. I feel like I don't see people talking about it all that much, so I'm happy to share it with some more people. And I've heard nothing but good things from people that have played it, so I think it'll be a good time. Tuesday, we will continue Murder Club, which has been great. I love that game. I am very excited to see how things come together. We made a ton of progress this week, and we could potentially finish it next week. We'll see. I feel like it could be a very long stream if I'm determined to finish it, but we'll see how it goes. It's also possible to come together really quickly. I honestly don't know what to expect. But we made a lot of progress in figuring out some things that happened in the past and with present day. We're still not entirely sure how the specific murder we're investigating ties together with this stuff in the past, but it's been a fun game to piece together, and I'm sure it'll be a good time to wrap that up, however long it takes. So World Builder, we'll get back to it soon enough. Let me find someone to raid here. Lots of folks to choose from. We might just go say hey to Ghoul Babe, as we often do. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I actually want to check this out. She's playing Beyond a Steel Sky, which I always get confused with the first game, Beneath a Steel Sky, just because the names are so similar. But this is the 3D sequel, which is just so drastically different from the first game. And I've never seen any of it all. So let's go over and check that out. Also, can't forget the raid messages. If you would like to join in the Robot Parade, I highly encourage you to do so. Also, you can just drop some parade appropriate emotes if you like. That is also good. Parade appropriate being almost any dancing emote, for example. So yeah, thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you all very, very much. Verdantry, hello and goodbye. I appreciate you all very much. Please take care of yourselves, and have a nice weekend. We'll see you around.